I'll call the January 8th regular meeting of the City Council to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
The record will reflect that all council members are present.
Okay. Do we have a closed session report?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Would you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Curry, and remain standing for the invocation by Pastor John Embry.
Let us pray. It's a new year, full of new hopes, new dreams, but problems and needs and pain remain, and they pay no attention to numbers or calendars. So tonight we seek wisdom. We seek wisdom to wrestle with the questions, with the problems that we face tonight and every day here in our city. Will God open minds and hearts tonight to merge the intelligence, the education, the common sense of our leaders, along with compassion and gracious concern for all who are a part of this place we call Newport Beach. We pray that patience and respect would bridle tongues of those who would speak tonight, lest we waste our precious time in fruitless conflict. So grant peace, peace to our city, peace to all who spend their time and this night in our environment of joy, our environment of beauty, this place we call Newport Beach. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, the first item on our agenda is presentations, and the first one is letters of appreciation for the Santiago Fire CRT responders. Chief Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm going to have all of the, and I'll open some seats here unless someone want to stay for the whole council meeting, but I think if all of you will come up and stand behind me, I'm going to talk about them and what a great job they did recently in October 2007. I'm going to give a quick plug for the CERT program. CERT stands for Community Emergency Response Team, and the purpose of CERT is to prepare our community in times of disaster. The program is designed to teach basic skills that they can use in their community and avail themselves of the tools that we give them as far as the training. CERT volunteers are trained by our firefighters and our lifeguards. It is a 9-class FEMA class, which is 24 hours of training. And once they're done, they are state-certified service relief workers. And some of the courses that they have to take during the CERT program are disaster preparedness, disaster medical operations, light search and rescue, disaster psychology, and fire suppression. It is, to me, it's impressive in Orange County. I've seen 11 cities in this county have programs that are in place. And we've had over 500 residents here that have gone through, and we have about 170 that are actually active members that are participating all the time. And we always need members to help out in the community. So I think if some of you that are watching at home, you got a number that's scrolling across your screen. You can call that number to get information, or you can look up on the web nbcert.org. I think just recently we had Councilman Curry and his wife, who are graduates and went through. So anyway, it's a tremendous program, and I want to put that plug in there because what you see represented behind me here are about 18 of those active members. And when the call went out in October 2007 for our wildland fires, and it was kind of history. We had 23 fires going in Southern California at one time. We were overwhelmed. We're not used to that. We usually get resources coming from different places. And here in Orange County, it was like hunkering down because nobody's coming to help. And the call went out. We said, you know what are we going to do? And we said, you know what, how about if we plug into the CERT programs and see if they'll come? And it was amazing the response that we got from these members. And I think we have other members in the community that are in the audience too that are CERT. But these were availed themselves of the opportunity. They represented 350 hours during that 10-day deployment out there at the Santiago fire. They worked on 12-hour shifts, some of them all through the nights, and they were doing logistics. Some of them were even going out to the fire line to deliver things. They were handling a multitude of things in the base camp, which was amazing for us. And I will say that during that time also, a number of the council members, you stepped up to ask what you could do. And I will say that Councilman Rosansky, to use the vernacular, stepped up big time in helping out from Togo's, and every day was supplying large amounts of food out to the base camp, and we appreciate it, so thank you. But anyway, this group that you see behind me stepped up, and it was very impressive. And I went out there numerous times, and sometimes late at night, and they were still out there holding, and it was just like in the base camp, watching traffic coming in and out, working in all the food supplies areas in the command center, and they all had smiles, and that was refreshing and nice to see. But I want to read just what's on the appreciation thing that we're going to give them, because I think it says it all. The Newport Beach City Council and Fire Department recognize your volunteer efforts and commends you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to help others in need. Your professional demeanor, positive attitude, and willingness to help exemplified the best of the Newport Beach CERT program. As part of the first CERT mutual aid call-out in Orange County history, you are truly pioneers that showcase the value of CERT programs and train volunteers in a disaster setting. On behalf of the City of Newport Beach, we thank you for being dedicated volunteers to our city as well as our neighboring cities also. From us, thank you. And I think Matt's going to hand out. As Matt's handing those out, I want to just real quickly, I'll go through the names. There's Chandler Bell, Deborah Bolkes and Chris Bolkes, Gordon Breacher, Matt Eimers, Mike Eubanks, Vicki Crescent Eubanks, Martin Flink, Elizabeth Hanson, Julianne Hayden, my two neighbors, Ray and Dale, Ray Halaski, he's not my neighbor, but Ray, thank you. My neighbors Dale and Susie Karhala, Susan Lister, Pamela Spears, Karen Tringali, Brandy Young, and Linda Levensheen. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. I think Ray was going to strong-arm me here for a second. Ray wanted to say something.
I just want to, Mr. Mayor and council members, I just wanted to take a brief minute to put some personal experience behind all of us who were there, because each of us had our stories there and what we did. And I want to tell you what happened to me very briefly. I arrived for my 12-hour shift. I was put on the front gate to make sure no one got in who wasn't supposed to be there. And I was there with another lady from Anaheim who was a CERT member. Her name was Peggy. And we were there, and after the first hour, I was dying. It was like, oh, my God, I'm never going to make this. It's terrible. What are we going to do? Now, it turns out that Peggy, it was Halloween night, sorry. Peggy had some Halloween candy. So we decided to gather some, beg and borrow more candy, and we had quite a stash. So we started giving Halloween candy to people who were coming in the gate. And most of them looked at us and said, what? Who cares? And then the trucks started coming in. And there must have been close to 100 trucks. I didn't count them, but there were a lot of trucks coming in. And we stopped every one of them, and we yelled at them, trick or treat, and threw in a bunch of candy. Now, you have to see that all of these guys, these are men and women, lots of women, coming in who were covered in soot. They were hungry, they were tired, they just wanted to eat, shower, they wanted to do anything, and they looked grim coming in. And when we threw in that candy, every single one of them had a smile from ear to ear. The men laughed and the women giggled. I mean, really giggled. And it was an incredibly heartfelt experience. And I knew then that we had made a difference with what we were doing with our actions there. And so I just want to encourage everyone in the city to take part in CERT. Join the course, because you never know when it's going to come in handy, regardless of whether you're in an actual emergency or not. And I'd also like to thank Matt and Katie and Jennifer for doing such a great job with the program. It's been terrific and is going strong, and we thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I would just echo the Chief's comments and Ray's comments. Pamela and I went through the CERT program. We found it to be tremendously satisfying and enjoyable and really very, very helpful in terms of understanding how to deal with the natural disasters. And I commend everybody here. I see some of my CERT classmates who were part of the group who were deployed for the great job that you did. It's a great program, and I encourage everybody at home to become involved in it.
I think that this is a wonderful example of how Newport Beach citizens are volunteers and have really made a difference throughout an area broader than just our community. And I hope that more citizens will take advantage of this and do us proud. And thanks, Susie and Dale.
Yeah, thank you to all of you. You really, make this community proud and really show the value of the CERT program. So we really do appreciate it. Okay, the next presentation is Restaurant Week. There's someone here for that. Here they are. It's my motorcycle riding buddy.
Good evening, Mayor Selich, city staff, and council. We're here this evening on behalf of the Newport Beach Restaurant Association to invite you and the viewing public to the second annual Newport Beach Restaurant Week, which starts on Sunday, January 20th, and goes through Thursday, January 24th. Close to 75 restaurants citywide will be participating in this culinary celebration by preparing special gourmet 3-course fixed price menus and serving them to patrons during Restaurant Week. You don't need a special coupon or ticket. You just simply dine at your favorite restaurant or one of our new restaurants throughout the city. And for more information, you can view the online menus of the participating restaurants or get more information on Restaurant Week at newportbeachdining.com. So Dan has a couple words for you as well.
Thank you very much. Naturally, the City Council and the staff are totally invited to Monday night, where we're having a kickoff party at the famous Balboa Bay Club, starting at approximately 5:30 to 8. Henry Sheeline and his staff, as usual, will put out a tremendous fare for everyone. It's cost for the public. It's going to be $50 a person, of which the Bay Club takes $20, and that includes tax and tip. The other $30 will be going down to Camp Pendleton, to the 1-1, the KVs, which are the key volunteers of the families of the Marines that are in Iraq right now. And these people have a tremendous need, as most of you know, because myself and a committee called the 1-1 Adoption Committee have been doing a tremendous amount of work successfully with them, including mess nights at the Bay Club, including we just finished up a great golf tournament at the Newport Beach Country Club. Even though I don't play golf, thank you, it was still a very big success. We collected probably over net over $115,000, I'm made to understand. That being said, the monies will be going that we're collecting on Monday night. The monies will be going directly to approximately 10 to 12 families, of which last year we collected in the neighborhood of $750 per family. These are families that really need the money, and they need it right away. So anything, and you've already seen the way Newport Beach does open up its heart and its wallets, which we just saw with the fire chief was alluding to, and we just like to see a real good turnout. We're expecting around 125 to 170 people that night, and it's going to be just a great time to start our second annual Restaurant Week. Thank you very much.
One further comment, if the community would like to donate to the 1-1s, there will be envelopes available at the restaurants to make contributions as well. So thank you again for your support, and we look forward to seeing you at Restaurant Week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peggy and Dan. Look forward to Restaurant Week being even more successful than last year's was. Madam Clerk?
Notice to the public. The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the council. Speakers must limit comments to 5 minutes on agenda items. The council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones and pagers off or set them in the silent mode. Now is the time for City Council announcements or matters which council members would like placed on a future agenda for discussion, action, or report.
Councilmember Henn?
Nothing.
Councilmember Rosansky?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Daigle?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the first time in our city's history, automobile sales have become the top generator of sales tax, generating more than $6 million last year. And to give you a breakdown, about 28% of our sales tax is from auto sales, restaurants 18%, and then department stores generate 8.5% of our sales tax. And within the automobiles, the number one dealership is Fletcher Jones Motor Cars. And to give you some context, they have double the sales of their nearest competitor of Mercedes-Benz. It's the Lexus dealership, however, that in the past year that's really put auto sales over the top. And I mention this because the city recognizes the importance of these auto dealers to our community, and we're in the process of working with Fletcher Jones to formalize use of the surrounding property. So would anticipate that an agreement will come to the council to help facilitate the growth of these sales. And I also mention this because although our sales tax in the city is up, with the fiscal situation in Sacramento and Prop 1A, they will be able to once again raid the city coffers. And in discussing with this finance director, he would anticipate if they do that, it would probably be a hit of about $2 to $4 million. So I wanted to pass that on as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner?
None.
Councilmember Curry?
Two items. Apropos of Mayor Pro Tem Daigle's comments, what we are seeing in California in many communities is a decline in sales tax, property tax, and ultimately hotel tax revenues brought about by the recession and by the economy. We're now at the midpoint in our fiscal year, and while Newport Beach, I think, is generally weathering the storm very, very well compared to other California jurisdictions, I think it might be appropriate, particularly once we see the property tax receipts from the December 10 payment, to have a report on revenue status and projections either at study session or at the council in a brief format. And then finally, just, we've heard mention before of the 1-1, and please keep Memorial Day weekend on your calendars because that's when we're going to dedicate Newport Beach's memorial to the 1-1 Marines. Look for the flyers. You can get one on the city's website and have the opportunity to participate in making this monument a reality. Get one of these memorial coins to the 1-1 Marines. They're tax-deductible donations and contributions. I think you're going to be very proud to be part of this great memorial when it's dedicated on Memorial Day 2008. Thank you.
Councilmember Webb? I have just one announcement. Tomorrow night, Speak Up Newport is going to have their monthly general membership meeting, and they're going to have a presentation by Airfare on what Airfare is doing to help control the expansion of John Wayne Airport. They'll be explaining their mission and what their goals are. There'll be a question and answer session after their presentation. There's a reception that starts at 5 o'clock and goes to 6 o'clock with appetizers and a cash bar. The program starts at 6 o'clock p.m., and it's at the Newport Beach Yacht Club downstairs in the Commodore's room. That's formerly the Shark Island Yacht Club at Bayside Drive and Jamboree Boulevard. So that's tomorrow evening starting at 5 o'clock. Madam Clerk?
Consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar, items 1 through 17, and supplemental items S21 and S22, are considered by the council to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. The city council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the council votes on the motion unless members of the council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Members of the public who wish to discuss the consent calendar item should come forward to the lectern upon invitation by the mayor, state their name and item number. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium.
Okay, Councilmember Gardner, do you have anything to pull?
Number 4.
Okay, Councilmember Curry?
Item 17 for clarification.
Okay, Councilmember Webb?
Item 12, I have a number of questions.
Okay, Councilmember Henn?
None.
Councilmember Rosansky?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Daigle?
None.
Okay, staff?
None.
Okay, does anyone from the public have anything they want to pull?
Bob Rush, I'd like to pull 17 also. I don't know if I have to
mention that just for the record.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a motion.
I get one thing. I need to abstain from S-22 because I live within 500 feet of the park.
Yes, a motion to approve items 1 to 17 and supplemental items S1 and S22, except for items 4, 12, 17, and then Councilmember Webb will be abstaining on number 5, is it?
S-22.
S22, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, first item is number 4. Councilmember Gardner?
Yes. I believe there are still areas that we are not sweeping in the city which are not gated, such as Short Cliffs, Corona Highlands, Cameo Shores. I'm not sure, though. And street sweeping is one of the easiest ways to improve water quality. So could we get a report if there are areas that we are not sweeping? Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on number 4? Anyone from the public? Okay, is there a
And I
motion?
move the action, the item.
Okay, please vote.
We got a,
No?
My name is Edward Bosley. I live in West Side Santa Ana Heights, and we're a frustrated community because we have so many people that we're a very mature community, so there's lots of families that have lots of kids, so they cannot put all their cars in the driveway or in their garage. The homes are not dissimilar from most of the homes in other parts of Newport Beach or East Side Costa Mesa that people would fill their garages up with stuff, and so there may be room for 2 cars to park out on the driveway or on the driveway. I am concerned that we're advocating a no cars on the street at all in our community on Thursdays from till 12:30. I have the list of all the streets in Newport Beach where you follow a practice of one side of the street is swept on one day and another side of the street on another day. You have a ton of streets that you do that on. They may be most of them down in the peninsula, but I don't care where they are. If you're treating one part of the community one way and another way, I think it's wrong. I'd like to advocate that you implement a cross-street sweeping on one day and the other side of the street another day.
Okay, staff have a comment on that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm really not prepared to address that, so if there's a question, I suggest that we continue that item for another 2 weeks.
Okay.
I will change my motion to move to continue.
Okay, so you'll contact those folks in the meantime? Okay, is there a second to the motion to continue? Okay, please vote.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would just welcome the residents from West Santa Ana Heights to Newport Beach who joined our city on January 1st, and may the record show that the very first council meeting you were here to seek redress from government, and welcome to Newport Beach.
Okay, Councilmember Curry, you pulled item number 17.
about 12.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12 for Councilman Webb. Excuse me.
Yes, this is a performance management system contract, and I think that it has a lot of good goals, and we want to definitely make sure that we perform our services as efficiently and as well as we possibly can to serve our citizens. However, I feel that there are a number of things that in the scope of work that at least I have questions on, and I think that have not been discussed. One of those is what amount of staff time is going to be involved in carrying out this particular program and what costs are related to that. So we have a meeting this Saturday in which we're going to be discussing priorities that we have and how we divide up what the staff time is amongst the various different things that we think are key in getting done. And I think that that this would be an ideal subject for us to discuss. So I would, before I get into my questions, I would like to entertain whether or not the council would consider continuing this item for 2 weeks to allow us to discuss this at our Saturday meeting. If they do not wish to do that, then I would like to go through, and I have a number of questions of which I've given all of you copies of that I'd like to discuss at the present time. So I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item for 2 weeks.
Second.
Okay, is there discussion on the item? Councilman Henn?
Well, this is an initiative that was, that drove straight out of the council priorities that were adopted last year. There's really nothing new associated with this. It's just an articulation of that priority. And the requirement to establish measurements for city staff and performance is a requirement that will serve, if it's done properly, both the purposes of our city managers and management and managing their portions of the business, as well as provide good, objective information about how well we're doing with the various things that we're doing. And to me, it's critical that we begin the process now of inculcating this approach within the city. We've already done many things in many areas similar to this, but we need to have an overall program that establishes measurements so that we can make objective decisions. And so I see no reason to delay. I think this is perfectly consistent with the track that we've been on for how many months? Almost a year now in the Finance Committee.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
in answer to that, I'm not questioning the goals and the outcome. I'm questioning what staff time and what actual staff costs are we going to accommodate. Like, for instance, if we have 800 employees in 13 departments, and I envision a lot of the data gathering is going to be done by a lot of the staff members. If we were to have 2 minutes per day per employee, that works out to be roughly between $200,000 and $250,000 a year in costs. That's significant. To date, in the staff reports, we haven't had any discussion of what kind of staff involvement is going to be required to implement this program. I think depending on how you might structure it and how much input has to be put in from the lower level staff members to report on and provide the statistics necessary to evaluate your benchmarks, you could have a huge amount of staff time, or maybe you wouldn't have as much if it's structured differently. So that's just one of my concerns related to this particular proposal, and this is the type of thing that I think that would be better discussed in a more informal discussion that we have on Saturday. And I can go through all the other questions right now, but I'd like to at least vote on this to see whether or not we want to continue it before we get into, I have 13 items that I'd like to discuss, if we wish to discuss it tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Daigle?
It may be that the city manager would have some insight as to the Councilman Webb's question.
It's impossible for me to define right now because it's going to unfold as we go through the process, because it's going to be for the Finance Committee to make recommendations to the whole City Council in terms of which services we benchmark. So whether that's going to be in all the departments or a few departments. So I think it is yet to be determined, and through that process, the City Council might want to keep in mind, after going through the priority setting session next Saturday, as to how much time you want to work into this priority. But at this time, I think we really need to work with the consultants. I do think staff is going to be gathering most of the data because it's there already. We just need to compile it and put it together. But at this point, I don't have really, I can't tell you how much time that's going to take because the process will need to be defined as we get into it.
Do you see any magic answers coming out of the this weekend's session that would answer all of Councilmember Webb's questions? Or are these things that are more going to develop as you go through the contract?
I think the key one is how much time it's going to take, and that's a question that I have too, just in order to make sure that we don't overreach as far as council priorities and stretching staff thin, because we really want to focus on things that are important to us. So I think when we get into that discussion on Saturday, I mean, that is going to be a part of the discussion, is trying to make sure that the trade-offs are adjusted to where council is comfortable in terms of your list of priorities.
Working with your consultant, Mr. Batchelor, between now and Saturday, he's had a lot of experience in this. Do you think that he might be able to give you some rough estimates of how much staff time he's experienced in going through this process with other agencies?
I think he certainly is a good source of information. Again, I think it's going to be dependent upon, how many benchmarks we want to develop, and whether we want to do that initially all in one phase, or whether we want to have a couple of phases. There are a number of ways that we could structure that.
Mr. Mayor? Councilmember Hen.
Yeah, I've not had experience implementing performance measurement systems in the public sector. I've had a fair amount of experience doing that in the private sector. This is not new. It's not rocket science. A well-designed performance measurement system will produce information that minimizes the need to spend additional time to produce it. Like I say, most of the information that more than likely will go into these performance measurement systems is information that's already being produced. And I would also point out the staff itself will be intimately involved in constructing and recommending the performance measurements, and I would encourage them to nominate measurements that are efficient to produce and therefore produce insignificant administrative drag. The benefits from this process, if it's done right, should far outweigh whatever administrative cost is associated with it.
Mayor Pro Tem Daigle? Anyone else? Does anyone from the public want to comment on the continuation?
Good evening. Happy New Year. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Dolores Otting. I'd like to know, it sounds like all of you have questions that Council Member Webb gave to you. We, the public, don't have any of those questions. They're not attached to the staff report. Okay, thanks. So that would be nice if we had a copy of those questions, because basically that's, okay, thank you. Where is the meeting to be held this coming Saturday? And when will the agenda be available for that meeting? And also, considering the fact, Councilmember Hen, I know that you have had a lot of work and a lot of this sort of thing in the private sector. I was at the Finance Committee meetings when you interviewed these different people, so I understand what you're doing. But in the meantime, I have to honestly feel that the private sector and the public sector are two different worlds, and I have to applaud Councilmember Webb for wanting to take this item to all of you on Saturday. And I think that he's had 30-plus years, and I'm not saying that the rest of you aren't qualified, but I think it would behoove all of you to take his lead on this item. I think this is something that he is more intimate with than any of you, and I think that we could all learn from his knowledge, and I think it would be important for the public to also learn from his knowledge. So anyway, thank you. That's what I have to say, and if you could let us know where the meeting is and maybe put those questions up on the web before Saturday, that would be great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address us on the motion to continue? Okay, seeing no one, will bring it back to council. Is there any other comments? If not, please vote. Only on the continuance.
With council members Hen, Daigle, Selich, and Curry voting no, the motion fails.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, then I'd like to go through, what I did is, and the manager does have some copies of my questions, as I went through the scope of work for this particular project, there were a number of different things that didn't pop out, that weren't in the staff report, and some of them are very basic. And the consultant is being asked to review the city's mission, goals, and written council priorities. And I guess my first question is, what are our missions, goals, and priorities that we have given the consultant to review?
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to address that, it would be the city council priorities that the council did last year, and then those that will come out of Saturday's session.
And what are our goals related to performance management?
I think that would be included in the scope of services that we sent out to generate proposals, to propose this kind of work. So I believe they have that already.
It would be interesting if it were could be set up to where we could actually see what our written goals and priorities are related to that. As far as the council adopted documents related to benchmarking, maybe I was not paying attention when we went through the proposal for this work, but what documents did we adopt related to benchmarking?
I think the council saw the proposal, the RFP that went out to the consultants, and that was reviewed by the Finance Committee and then came to the City Council for your review and approval.
So those are considered to be adopted benchmarking documents that they're going to be using in putting together this study?
I believe so.
Okay. They are going to be reviewing the results of the citizen survey, and I guess my question there is, why are we letting a contract to review a citizen survey before the City Council has an opportunity to review that survey and make comments on it so that we can determine or at least see what some of the problem areas are within the survey results, to see, do we need to really go through and look at the entire city, 13 departments, 800 people, or can we start off with the areas that are primarily problem areas and build a very strong program based on a foundation of solving our problems first and then growing into trying to look at the entire city?
The process, as I understand it, is that the Finance Committee will review the customer satisfaction survey results, and then they will be put on the first agenda in February and be made public. And that the ICMA consultants that will do the benchmarking really won't see that before they are made public. I think what we're trying to do tonight is make sure that whenever we are ready to get this process going, that we have them standing at the starting line, ready to take off.
Well, I can understand that. I still am a little concerned about getting them firing the starting gun before the City Council has an opportunity to look at the citizen survey. Next item under deliverable B, which is based on an objective analysis of data and consultation with city staff, the Finance Committee, with a list of recommended internal and external services for benchmarking in the initial phase of the benchmarking process. The Finance Committee will recommend the list of services for benchmarking to the City Council. And my question is, will the Finance Committee let the City Council know what the recommended list of services for benchmarking are before the consultant proceeds?
Councilman Carr is the chair now.
Well, not quite. We haven't acted on that item, but the answer is yes.
Okay, good. So in other words, we will get an idea before we get the consultant to build his entire study on benchmarking. We'll get an idea of what those benchmarks are before the consultant actually goes out and builds his entire study.
Well, it's an iterative process. They're going to be working with the Finance Committee. We're going to be working with the rest of the council to get this information out so that, it can be tailored in such a way that we get back usable benchmarks. I mean, that's really the hallmark and the calling card of high-performance organizations, is that they're always measuring and testing data as it comes back. And it's a very iterative process back and forth between the council and the consultants to get a work product that really provides a valid benchmark and a valid tool for performance measurement.
I guess what concerns me is that it's just going to be 3 members of the council, and how much actual input the entire council might get into what I consider to be the major part of this project, which is establishing the benchmarks. But you've indicated that you will get back to the council. Under deliverable D, it says, provide the Finance Committee with ratios of service load data to resource profile among comparable communities. If I remember correctly, when we discussed this proposal, we had a little bit of a discussion on comparable cities, and it was my impression that the City Council would be given the opportunity to review the comparable cities to be used, as well as to offer what we thought would be appropriate other cities to be considered. When will the City Council be given the opportunity to review those chosen comparable cities within your process?
And Councilman Webb, I think the answer to that question needs to be, it all depends. It all depends upon what services that we're going to benchmark, first of all. Those haven't been established, so we need to go through that process. As I understand it, the Finance Committee will recommend to the City Council what services are going to be benchmarked. So the Council is going to be making that decision. And then also, as I understand it, there is a lot of data out there from cities that have done benchmarking. There probably aren't many cities that will have done the same benchmarking for the same services as we have. So there are going to be bits and pieces of our benchmarking that will be compared to a lot of different cities. It isn't going to be just like we're going to pick 10 cities throughout the country and compare all of our benchmarking against those cities. It may be that we're comparing our service benchmarks against 50 cities throughout the whole range of benchmarking. So at this point, I think it's impossible to say, but I think there was some discussion, certainly at the Finance Committee, that the Council would be involved in determining which cities we would be compared to.
We also had that discussion when we discussed the proposal, too, about the Council being an opportunity to look at it, if I remember correctly.
Right. Yes.
As a member of the Finance Committee, I can tell you I fully endorse sharing that list of comparative cities with the entire council. I think we should have ratification by the council on that before we embed them in the measurement system that we're intending to use. So I'd be glad to make sure that that happens as a member of the committee.
Well, I've already discussed part of my item 6, which is under one of the bullets. It says work with the city to augment the performance indicators proposed by the city staff with additional indicators that are currently being used by other jurisdictions. And my question was, how many staff members will be needed to perform these, to prepare these performance indicators? Are we going to go into each of the 13 departments and say, okay, I want 2 or 3 key staff members to put together what they would like to see as performance measures, and then somewhere or another review that amongst the department head? I mean, I can see a fair amount of staff time being involved in analyzing those various different levels. So you've obviously said you don't know the answer to that question. I think that that's something that before we go forward on something like this, that we should have, that should have been part of our proposal, to let us know what kind of commitment our staff is having to make in order to put this forward. Under deliverable G, which says provide recommendations on how best to assemble a central project team of employees prepared to lead, coach, and facilitate the performance. As I read that, that tells me that we're going to take a lot of our key management, I'm assuming that's what it's going to be, and we're going to train them to put together or how to operate this system. And I assume ICMA is going to do that training. Now, is that part of this proposal? Because the way I read it, isn't necessarily part of this proposal.
It is part of this proposal. That is included in the $107,000.
Okay, they're going to actually do the training of our staff in how to be the lead.
Yes, they will be working with staff and how to do the lead, and then after the benchmarks are developed, they will again a train on how to make sure that the benchmarks are refreshed and that we keep comparing ourselves as time goes on with the benchmarks.
Okay. Again, we don't know how much staff time is involved and what our overall cost of the city. I guess the most concern that I have is with deliverable H, which I was under the impression in this that once we got to the end of the process, that we would have a up and working performance measurement system for the city. Well, deliverable H says, develop a curriculum for citywide use designed to provide a clear understanding of the purpose and goals of the City of Newport Beach's performance measurement project and address the following issues: how employees contribute, and so on and so forth, and how to interact with customers. It says prepare a curriculum. To me, that means that we get a big book that will say, this is how you do it, and this is some of the things that need to be done to get this accomplished. And we've trained your staff to implement that. And probably the end letter is going to be, and here's our extra costs for going ahead if your staff can't implement it. But I guess my question is, this says a curriculum to go through the process. It doesn't say the end product is there. Now, can you please explain that to me?
I'd be glad to tackle that first.
Okay.
I'm not quite certain what the intended use of the word curriculum was in this setting, but I will tell you that my understanding is that they are required to provide a base set of documentation that documents and blueprints the system that's been put together, and that's a very necessary deliverable as a part of this process, is to provide the documentation in support of it. That's what my understanding of that is. I'm sure we can clarify that promptly with the ICMA people. I don't regard that as a critical issue here.
No, I don't, and I think a part of the training, too, and part of the discussion with the management level staff of all the departments are once we have our benchmarks and we are compared to other cities, it may be there's something that Des Moines, Iowa does better than we do. Let's take street sweeping as an example. Maybe they have a higher level of efficiency. So we
better
need
tractor drivers back there.
So if there is something applicable that Des Moines does, we need to incorporate that into our system as to the way we do it and make sure that we change, and that becomes a part of our daily operation. And I see that as being a part of what they're trying to discuss here.
Okay. It says that they're going to recommend a list of peer cities with comparative performance measures. We've already discussed under item 5, and I'm assuming the City Council will be helpful in putting that list together. Under J, this gets into the curriculum issue. Deliverable J, develop recommendations to create a customized performance measure system which meets the needs of the city. To me, that doesn't provide the system for us. It just gives us recommendations on how to put it together, just in my same part of my discussion of the curriculum. So I think that I'm a little concerned that, again, we get the big book at the end, and we don't really have a system. We have something that is going to take a lot of time for the staff to work through the process. One of my last couple of questions is, in trying to implement this performance management system, are we going to need to have somebody that actually is, let's say, a new position, a performance management manager, and several technicians that help to gather all this information? Because I'm assuming that we're going to be putting together a whole bunch of reports, like was when I asked for a copy of a benchmarking survey, I got something from Coral Springs, Florida, and it's great. It has a whole bunch of graphs. Most of it is related to things that you can pull directly out of a budget rather than a performance benchmarking. So I still haven't seen something that really gives me an idea of what a city's going to put together for benchmarking. So my question is, will it be necessary to create an additional positions to implement this program and make sure it works?
From what I know about the process, my answer would be no at this point. I think we're talking about more process than anything. We're talking about capturing data, incorporating that into our daily operations. So I think it's coming up with a system in order to deal with the processes and that data in order to keep it in front of us so that we can keep measuring ourselves against other cities.
I remember when I was in college about a zillion years ago, and we had some industrial engineers, and their job was time and motion studies, and I'm assuming that's what this is, but we use computers instead, so it'll be more efficient. But I'm not so sure it's going to cut down on the amount of time. As I mentioned earlier, all it takes is 2 minutes per employee, 800 employees, average salary of, say, $35 an hour, and that's $250,000 to $270,000 a year of cost to the city, and I'm not real sure that we get that much benefit out of it. So,
may I respond to that last question?
Councilman Henn?
With regard to these systems, a properly structured system, as I mentioned before, should require little additional administrative time to maintain. My expectation is that wherever possible, that we would embed the technical and administrative portion of this into the departmental finance manager position, which is very well suited to be able to manage the day-to-day production of reports out of this. The reports that are generated, again, if they're properly designed, should be reports that help the managers manage their department better. And so that's what we're about here. And the systems that I've seen in private industry, that's the way they run. They run on the basis of somebody that's usually in the department that is charged with making sure the reports get generated, et cetera. It's a small portion of their duties if it's done right.
Mr. Mayor?
Daigle?
Yes. Perhaps some of you are wondering, what is this benchmarking anyway? The city is trying to address two questions, at least two questions. The first is we've put out a survey to the public, a sign of respect. We want to know from you how we're doing. And we hope we're doing good, but if there's areas we can improve, we want to hear about that. The second question, though, is how are we using your tax dollars, and how much value are we giving you for your tax dollars, and that's the reason and the purpose for the measurements. And so that's kind of how these two things fit together. That would be kind of the questions that we're looking to answer.
Councilman Gardner?
Yes, I have, I guess, a comment and a question. One, I am looking forward to how, when they answer the question, is there clarity and agreement on why the city exists? If there's not agreement, does that, do we somehow dissolve our city?
That's in the letter of proposal.
We got two things. One is the actual contract, and the other was just a lot of explanation. It wasn't quite apples to apples, so I had a question about the difference. In the proposal, there were two prices. One was $92,000 and one was $107,000. I see we went with $107,000. The biggest difference seemed to be that for another $15,000, we got a lot of analysis of major stakeholders. Have we identified who those major stakeholders will be that they will be talking to?
I think we're talking about the additional surveys that we did. One is with the business community, and the other is with the development community in terms of architects and plan checking, and doing a survey of 60 users just in that particular area, and another 60 people out of our business license list, so that we can focus in, and this is something that council approved. It wasn't only the 1,800 surveys going to residents in the community, but we also wanted to focus on how we're doing in terms of those particular areas. One is with the business community, and the other was with the plan check community, so to speak.
So those
people would be talked
Those
to.
are the stakeholders that we have identified.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Curry?
Mr. Mayor, I think, first of all, I think Councilmember Webb has asked some very good questions. They need answers. But I think one of the most important things in government to know is the difference between a cost and an investment, and I really believe this is an investment, because it's going to give us the data that we need to measure how well we're doing. And it's going to make us ask of ourselves challenging questions. And the one that Councilmember Gardner picked up on here, why do we exist? Now, there's two ways to answer that question. There's probably more than two ways. Do we exist to provide a high quality of service that enhances property values, preserves security of our population, and promotes the quality of life? That's one way. Or do we exist to provide government services at the lowest possible cost through contracted public services and through the delegation of services to homeowners associations? That's sort of the Laguna Woods model. If you think about it, that's how they do government there. The homeowners association does most of it, and law enforcement and fire is contracted out. So that question, the very essence of the question, why do we exist, what is our mission as a city, is a very important question to understanding what our performance measurements should be. Because whatever we're going to be doing, if it's worth doing, it's worth measuring, because that's the only way you know whether you're doing it right or not, or whether you're doing it better or less good, less well, compared to others. Now, I would point out that this is being conducted by the ICMA, the International City Management Association. This is a public sector group of public sector executives with experience in public sector applications across the country. We need to draw from the private sector, but I want to make it clear that we are drawing from the best practices in the public sector from across America so that we are able to look ourselves in the eye and we are able to make intelligent decisions based on data. We're able to compare ourselves against the best cities in the country, having established what kind of city we want to be, what kind of standards we want to have applied to us. And I really believe that this data is critical as we go forward and plan for the city. This is an investment, it's not a cost. And so I believe this is one of the most important things that we're going to do in 2008.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Head.
I move approval of item number 12.
Okay. I will. Does anyone from the public want to comment on the motion to approve the item?
This is the worst power play I've seen. Hi, my name's Dolores Otting. I live in Newport Beach. Everyone's been waiting and waiting and waiting, and I appreciate, Mr. Webb, what you did. I still don't know where the meeting's going to be on Saturday. This company, is this the company that has the 3 people that has the really weak team so that if the one guy gets sick, yeah, because there also was a company from the Midwest that was a woman and a guy that came, right? And this is the first company that was interviewed? I'll have to go back and look at my notes. But anyway, this was the company that was $40,000 more than another company. The bench only has 1 person on it, so that's one of the things that I noticed and that was also commented by Councilmember Curry. And I didn't want to do this and say this because I didn't want to embarrass anybody, but, you know, you really should have put it off because we don't even have the questions to even act intelligently to answer, to ask you any of these questions. And I think there's a very, very, very good point that's been, brought up is how much is it going to cost us in the end? Maybe it only costs $107,000 a day, but that money is like tenfold. It's $1 million by the time we get this thing all done with computers and programs. And he's only talking about 2 minutes per employee. What if it's 5 minutes per day per employee? What if they have a couple of sips of coffee? That $250,000 is going to be $1 million. I don't think you did the right thing on this. I really think you should have put it off. I think you should have acted like adults that care about us and not who's the finance committee and who's on it and we're doing it and not like little children. Thank you.
I don't know how this is done because it's the first time I've been here.
State your name, please.
I see.
State your name, please.
My name is Gibson, Doug Gibson. I have 94 pages of something you people put out for item number 20, which I think most people are here for, item number 20. Maybe they're not. Is that the truth?
Sir.
And you're going through this. I know a lot of stuff is very important, but most of us are here for item number 20. How can you possibly set this up so we go to sleep or go home, because most of us have a job or something? I'm just asking, do we have to go through all of 1 through 19 before we get to item number 20, which you've put 94 pages of work into, and I see nothing about this other thing, that you're going to make the decision anyway, and nothing flat. We would like to find out about item number 20 now. Maybe that's wrong, but that's all I got to say.
I can assure you we'll be getting to item number 20 rather quickly here. Okay, seeing no one else, I'll bring it back to council for vote. Please vote.
With Councilmember Webb voting no, the motion carries.
Okay, Councilman Curry, item number 17.
Yes, just very briefly, on the 1-1 Memorial Committee, Dick Kurth is a member of that committee. It was unclear whether he was needed to be appointed by the mayor. He represented the staff, but in any event, I would add Dick Kurth to item 17 and then move the item.
Okay.
On the 1-1 Memorial Committee.
Okay. Mr. Rush, you pulled this item also? Yes. Step forward.
Is this a 5-minute limit?
Yes.
10? Okay. Bob Rush. Interesting topic we just were on, benchmarking the city's performance and areas that we need to improve. One of the areas I think we need to improve is public trust, and it's with that in mind that I pulled item 17. Mayor Selich has the ability at the beginning of his term as mayor to reshuffle ad hoc committee membership, and in that regard, I saw the planning that the ad hoc committee for group home ordinance is going to be reshuffled. Mike Kent is going to be the new chair. I think is a nice move. Mr. Rosansky is remaining on the ad hoc committee. I have a problem with that because the community has no public trust of Mr. Rosansky in as much as the group home issue is concerned. This is as a result of 3.5 years of keeping his contractual relationship with a known drug rehab operator under wraps, secret, with maybe just perhaps maybe Robin Clausen knowing it. Because I know I spoke to a number of you councilmen as far back as May or June of last year, and you didn't have any idea of Mr. Rosansky's contractual relationship with a known drug rehab operator for profit as of May or June last year. And you swore to me that Mayor Rosansky had no involvement with drug rehab operations or operators, the several of you that I spoke to. And then a few weeks after, I said, hey, I've been given information Mayor Rosansky might have involvement with up to 3 homes. I know at least 1 home, but it might be at least 3. And then a few weeks later, the several of you that I spoke with came back and said, hey, guess what? You know, he did, but it's old news, and he's given the money back, and it's old news, so let's move on and focus on the ordinance. Well, in all of 2007, Mayor Rosansky, or Mayor Rosansky at the time, from January through April, he was involved in this contractual relationship. Funny thing, I started coming up here and moaning about Bob Burnham's potential conflict, and it just so happened it was April. And then in April, he divorced himself from this house. Very coincidental. But that being said, from January through April, let's review what he was involved in. He involved himself in formation of IROC. He involved himself in the Conference of Cities. He involved himself in going to Sacramento to argue the AB 200 or whatever, Senator Harmon's assembly bill. He, what else did he do? He took place, many IROC committee meetings took place in which he pretty much alienated himself from the community. Then he proceeded to do that for the remainder of the year as we proceeded to request of him his honesty, which we didn't get until it was forced from him. And this went on for most of the year. Now, he appointed himself the chairman of the ad hoc committee for group home ordinance, when was that, in November, October? So he's been on this thing for 2.5 months, and I believe that our work product, with him absent the ad hoc committee, would look completely different than what it is today. I believe that he has not been honest with us all of last year. He was not honest with us for the 3 years that preceded when he originally signed the agreement with the known drug rehab operator in 2004. And I believe that there are reasons that he virulently resisted in coming clean. I do believe, my own personal opinion is, he possibly had silent ownership interest in property or in the operations. We may never know. Those types of off-title transactions are impossible to prove. My own hunch is that for somebody to have such a strong reaction towards a simple request to come clean, and he avoided it for such a long period of time, there's more to it. There's more to it. But beyond that, I'll tell you this. State law says that if I am able to prove him conflicted with FPPC or in any other law or civil adjudicating body, he has opened himself up to personal liability from anybody in the community that feels they've been damaged by his participation in this effort. If you rely on his work product coming out of the committee, because there are things that he's discussed at committee level that you guys never saw, never debated, never participated in. It's a product of him, Mike Henn, and Nancy Gardner, of which he helped Nancy get voted in last year, so I believe that he probably exerted influence there. But my point is, if you rely upon a questionable work product, you, I believe, will be exposing yourself to personal liability as well. I'm sorry to be the party pooper here, but I think you have some serious problems if you allow this ordinance to go forward without somebody taking a review of his impact on the actual writing of the document. Now, I can go through more cases, examples of how he lost the public trust, but I will tell you one thing. All of you had the public trust eroded by your silent acceptance of this kind of behavior, and I hope that your benchmarks include public trust, because you guys all lost in his little reign of terror this past year. These little outbursts that he threw from the mayoral seat hurt all of you. He almost got in fisticuffs with Councilman Curry, for crying out loud. I mean, I was at home. I was ducking under my pillows.
Bob, can you wrap it up?
All right. Thank you. And thank you for not threatening to escort me out with a police officer like other people I have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
I hate having to come up after Bob. It's anyway, not that I don't like Bob. Hi, my name's Dolores Otting. I live in Newport Beach. Okay, last year, I think I asked this question, and so I'll ask it again this year, but does ad hoc mean that they're not open to the public, or is that just a name that we give some of them, or does ad hoc mean that? And
I think I'll let the city attorney answer that one.
could I?
The ad hoc committees that are done for a specific purpose are not necessarily, under the Brown Act, to be a public notice meeting.
So, for example, B, the ad hoc committee to promote the revitalization of Balboa Peninsula prop, is that an ad? I mean, it says ad hoc, so it's confusing. Is that a public meeting? Or?
It depends upon the makeup of the committee, and I haven't.
I know. So could
if you ask me just an off the cuff on a committee, it depends upon the makeup of the committee. If the committee is made up of members of, say, another agency or another committee, like we have committees that have council members and planning commissioners, or council members and members of the public, those are public Brown Act meetings.
Right, but for example, the ad hoc committee prop is council member Henn, Rosansky, and Selich, okay? So it says ad hoc. So then you go to the building ad hoc committee, which is Mayor Ed Selich, Henn, and Rosansky. Now, I think that one's closed. Is the city school ad hoc committee closed? I mean, can we get a list, or can you do that on the computer or something and let people know? Because normally under the Brown Act, an ad hoc committee means that it's set up for a short duration of time, and that's the reason why it's allowed to be closed to the public. And I know, Robin, that you've heard me talk about this before, okay? In these meetings, for example, the prop meeting, okay, that's over a year old. That has to be 2, 3, or 4, 5 years old, okay? It should be an open meeting by now. You don't ever come back and tell us anything that you do. It's just another thing behind closed doors. You got the building ad hoc committee. That's now 2 years old minimum. I don't know about the city school ad hoc committee, but this is my favorite, is that, oh, go ahead, Robin, thank you, honey.
The city clerk keeps a listing of all the committees with the committee members.
Right.
So the action item tonight does not include that whole document, but the city clerk keeps it, and I'm pretty sure it's probably on the website as well.
Okay.
At the very bottom, it has an asterisk. It says, city committee meetings not open to the public. So you can know by each one of the boards which ones has been established as a open or a closed
So I'll be able to find that on the computer tomorrow.
Yes.
But my favorite, of course, is the City Council Ad Hoc Spheres Committee. It's been around for 5 years, okay? You should name it something else and start again. You should just shut it down. You should sunset it. It is the worst violation of the Brown Act that I have seen that goes on year after year after year. Because Robin will confirm the fact that it's a meeting that's set up for a short duration of time, and that's why you can skirt around the public notice and you can skirt around the public. You do your business, you come back, you tell us what you did, and it's fine. But this thing goes on and on and on. We never know anything. We don't even know if you go anywhere or do anything with it, or if it's just there in case you need it. Oh, yeah, we'll put it under the City Council Affairs Committee, so we don't have to worry about letting the public know. So, of course, I believe in the public being a part of the process, and I'm hoping that it's a new year and that you will try to make that more affordable to us. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time, and I think you should really look at why you have these committees and whether or not you really need them all and if they really need to be closed. Some of these things people wouldn't get up to go to anyway, but it's just the idea that they can see what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this item?
My name is Jerry Shapiro, and I'm a taxpayer, and I have lived here on the peninsula for 40 years. Tonight, you are asking us, the taxpayers of Newport Beach, how you're doing. All of us are here regarding the group rehab homes. You put it number 20 on your agenda. You have all failed. We don't need to have a survey to find out how you've done. We know how you've done. You've all failed. You've sold the peninsula out without letting us know. The overconcentration of group rehab homes is unbelievable. And all of us are here to talk about that item. We don't really care about the rest of the items on this agenda.
We'll be getting to it quickly.
So that's what we're here to discuss with you, what you have done and not done regarding the group rehab homes. You don't need a survey for that.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, I'll bring it back to the council for action.
Motion to move the item with the addition of Dick Kurth to the Woodland Memorial Committee.
Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to address Mr. Rush's statements. Well, actually, I'm not going to address them because I've addressed them a number of times in the past. His statements are specious. We've had outside legal counsel do an exhaustive legal memorandum, which I believe is available for anybody who wants to see it, that I do not have a conflict of interest with regard to this matter or the group home issue. I have said in the past that I do not have a financial interest or any other interest, either now or in the past, in any group home. And he knows that. I've encouraged him to file a complaint with the FPPC. As of several weeks ago, I got written confirmation back from the FPPC that no complaints have been filed. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we're into public hearings. We're going to go through two very quick public hearings, so just those of you that are getting impatient, just hold on here. First one is item number 18. This is the Bayside Residential Plan Community, 919 Bayside Drive, Plan Community Development Plan, Amendment number 2007-004, an amendment to Newport Tract Map number 2004-001, tentative tract map number 15323. Do we need a staff report on this?
Only if the council wants one.
Anybody want a staff report?
Your staff report, written report is very clear.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing.
How about some comments from council first, though?
Okay, do you have some comments?
Yeah, I did. I just wondered, one thing is, we keep making reference to the UBC, and aren't we now not using the UBC but the IBC? So shouldn't that be? And the only other thing is, I just want to keep emphasizing that when it comes to paving, it doesn't mention it in here, but if we can start to talk to people about doing lighter colored paving, it's really good for the temperature and global warming, that sort of thing.
Okay, any other comments from council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Does anyone feel the need to come forth and speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to council for action.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item is a public hearing. This is on Title 17, the reorganization of Council Policy H-1 and the Harbor Design Criteria Update. We had a report on this afternoon at our study session. Is there any other further questions from council?
Well, I just wanted to point out, we had a study session presentation on this in order to eliminate any excess time required to address this issue this evening, so that we could get to the group homes ordinance quicker than we otherwise would.
Okay, I don't see any questions for staff, Chris. Thank you. Open the public hearing. Anyone want to address the council on this item? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the hearing, bring it back for motion.
I move the recommended actions.
Second.
Please vote.
With Councilmember Curry absent, the motion carries.
Okay. Now we're on to item number 20. This is the ordinance amending the Newport Beach Municipal Code relating to group residential uses and repealing the temporary moratorium on the establishment and operation of new residential uses that are transitory in nature. We have a staff report.
I think staff is coming out for this report right now.
Okay. Probably surprised everyone how fast we went through those two hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, apologize. You were moving slowly on things and then all of a sudden very quickly. So, but we're here. If Mr. Henn, if you wouldn't mind doing the lights for me. We're going to do, for the audience's benefit, hopefully a fairly brief PowerPoint presentation, I think about 7 to 8 minutes. And then Mr. Markman, legal counsel, is here. He's going to offer a couple of comments and then certainly entertain your questions. So if I could draw your attention to the screen there. I'm going to cover some of our actions to date. And then instead of some of the material you've heard before at the last two meetings, I'm going to instead talk about how the process would work under this ordinance, showing in part the flow chart that's in folks' staff report. And I'm just going to show bits of it because it's a fairly detailed flow chart. Then we're going to go through how some of the public comments were addressed, and more detail is in your staff report. It's in your packets. We're also going to talk about some suggested changes to the ordinance tonight, and then the timeline going forward, and then for folks at home, how to get more information about this. So summary of actions to date. You formed an IROC committee, Intense Residential Occupancies, in January of 2007. That committee met 3 times. In March, the city convened a conference to better understand state and federal law relating to this. About 300 people attended from over 90 cities, so it's certainly an issue that's impactful statewide. The city testified in Sacramento in support of SB 1000, that's Senator Harmon's bill. That would have allowed localities to better regulate group residential uses and would have defined a term that you're familiar with, integral facilities, within state law, and that bill failed. In April of 2007, you adopted an ordinance that imposed a temporary moratorium, and you continued that twice, on May 30th and October 17th. The moratorium is in place today, and it's also the subject of this ordinance that you're hearing first reading on. In August and September, the Planning Commission held 2 public hearings on this proposed new ordinance to regulate group residential uses, and then the Commission forwarded its recommendation on the draft ordinance to the Council after the Planning Commission September meeting.
Also in September, the City Council hired Special Counsel Richard Watson Gershon, which is the firm that Mr. Markman works for. In November, the city filed 2 lawsuits against 2 operators, Morningside Recovery and Pacific Shores Recovery, to stop alleged violations of the moratorium. In December, the city successfully prosecuted a citation of a property owner during an administrative hearing. This was a person who alleged that she was operating a sober living facility. We argued it was just an illegal boarding house, and we were successful in that, upholding that citation. In December, both on the 11th and at a special meeting on the 18th, you held public meetings to discuss the proposed new group residential use ordinance. So I'm going to talk next about how the process will work. And bear with me, this is a flow chart, but I think it's the most straightforward way to explain it. And the first question under this ordinance that the city will ask is the facility a standalone state-licensed treatment facility serving 6 or fewer people? If the answer is yes, then that facility is automatically permitted. The city must treat that home as the city treats any other single-family home. That's in state code. If the answer is no, so no, it's not a standalone 6 and under, then the next question we ask, well, is this a facility an existing one or is it proposed? Let's go down the course of a proposed facility. We next ask, what is the zoning for the property? If it's R1, R1.5, or R2, that use is prohibited. So proposed uses in R1, R1.5, or R2 are prohibited. If it's an existing facility, a facility that's in place today, I'll back up and finish that line. If the proposal is for an MFR, multifamily residential, that's where that use is allowed, and that use will be subject to conditions, and we'll follow that chart on the next page. So if the facility is an existing facility, that use is now subject to certain conditions, and that all the applicants must have come in and apply for a use permit by May 20th, 2008. That's assuming this ordinance gets second reading at the end of January. I put an asterisk there because some homes will be ineligible to get the use permits. These include facilities operating illegally today, like without what was required, the thing called the FEP that's referred to in your staff report, and facilities that opened during the moratorium. These will not be eligible to get use permits. So continuing this flow chart, reading in from the left, I mentioned that they're now subject to use conditions, subject to conditions under a use permit. You have a couple of options there. One, let's assume someone doesn't apply, or if they're ineligible to apply. Then that use must be abated. It must be abated within 1 year of the effective date of this ordinance, which would be February 21st, 2009, or the expiration of their residential lease, the expiration of their state license, whichever is earlier. So 1 year is the outside. If that person applies, then we go into the use permit process, where we'd have a hearing officer at a publicly noticed hearing where everyone within 300 feet of the facility would know about it. Plus, it would be noticed like any other meeting, so on the city's website and the bulletin boards that we use. At that public hearing, residents can testify as to past impacts, support or oppose the application, speak to specific concerns, and certainly ask questions. The applicant would present an application and answer the public's questions, as well as the hearing officers and the cities. The city would report to the hearing officer as to the issues in the application, past practices, including violations, other facilities, and other relevant issues. The hearing officer who decides this at the public hearing would look at a number of things, including development and operational standards. That facility could not release secondhand smoke across the property line. There has to be a detailed management plan. No treatment can be offered in an unlicensed facilities. There's a cap on residents per bedroom. It would need to have the proper certifications, and we'd have to have names of owners and managers, list of similar managed facilities. And there's more to that list. So the hearing officer at the public hearing would either approve or deny that use. If they approve it, they're going to issue a use permit with conditions of approval. And the conditions of approval add on to what the hearing officer considers. So it has to conform to those standards in this box. There has to be traffic and parking impact mitigated, suitable structures, goods delivery impacts minimized. The use has to be found to be compatible with the neighborhood and doesn't change the neighborhood character. And to determine this, the hearing officer can consider the proximity of schools, parks, and other things, non-standard lot sizes, and whether to apply the American Planning Association standard of 1 or 2 per block. The hearing officer is directed to consider a block typical of the city's block size outside what's called the non-standard subdivision area. I'll show you what that is. So that's if indeed this is approved. If the hearing officer denies the permit, then that use must cease within the abatement period. Now there's a couple of boxes I haven't talked about, but this ordinance does allow both appeals to the City Council and the concept called reasonable accommodation, which you've heard of before. So the last slide, I'm not going to restate this box, but this is the conditions of approval. They would issue the permit, and then it's the city's job to enforce the permit conditions. Our Code and Water Quality Enforcement Division would enforce the conditions of approval, and the use permit can be revoked if the conditions are not met. As a reminder to the council and to folks at home, this is what's called the non-standard subdivision area. This is the area that the Planning Commission looked at and is continued in this ordinance today, which says that these areas have smaller lots, smaller setbacks, and generally an area that is not as standard as a traditional lot outside of the area, indeed outside of other communities. Excuse me, in other communities outside of Newport Beach. I'm going to move next briefly to how comments are addressed. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but you can see from your staff report on the left side is where someone suggested a comment and then how we addressed it. I know I've made a couple of errors in there, and someone has brought that to my attention in terms of the citations, but we can help if there's a specific question. So, for instance, the concept that hearing officers are well qualified and they're not staff members, those are things that are agreed to, and there's some definition in the code, and we'll add more to that as we'll discuss in a moment. There was a detailed discussion of distancing, of course, of 1,000 feet between group uses. Special counsel believes that this is facially discriminatory. It's not in the ordinance. However, there is guidance for the hearing officer to consider block sizes, potentially some larger than 1,000 feet in some areas. Mr. Hand brought up a number of issues. You can see where those were agreed, and one concept was deleted, addressed in a couple of cases, et cetera. Another, again, just examples of how those comments were addressed. And again, those are all in your staff report. As we get towards the end of this presentation, we have a couple of suggestions for you. One would be to direct us to bring back a council policy on January 22nd that would establish the qualification of hearing officers. That's a better thing for the council policy manual than an ordinance. Also, offer some opinion tonight. This is a fairly minor issue as to whether or not the hearing officer, not the Planning Commission, should hear time extensions on abatements, and determine tonight whether to add more information about Newport Beach block lengths. And I gave the citation reference there. We would recommend actually deleting a diagram referring to a block. That definition alone is okay. The diagram we think is confusing. I need to clarify that the CEQA finding should include 2 exemptions, general rule and minor alterations in land use. So I'd like you to approve a recommendation if you're willing that includes both those CEQA findings, and then correct some typos or other clerical errors. We'll do that between first and second reading. As a reminder, the timeline is this. Tonight is first reading. This is an opportunity for the public to comment as well as the council. Between January 8th and the 22nd, assuming we pass first reading, more comments are always welcome. We may revise the draft ordinances to some extent. If the ordinance comes back Generally, like it looks today, we'd have second reading and adoption on January 22nd. That's still another opportunity for public comment. The ordinance would take effect on February 21st. At that time, the moratorium also expires. On May 20th, as noted, existing and eligible uses must have applied for a use permit by that date. Finally, for more information, everyone's always welcome to look at our website. There's a lot of information up there. There's some phone numbers and emails as well. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm done with my presentation. I think Mr. Markman wanted to comment briefly on the distancing discussion.
Mr. Markman?
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank, during this process, we've had hours and hours of conversation with all points of view represented in this room tonight, attorneys for operators and attorneys for concerned citizens with whom we spent probably 8 or 10 hours working through many issues. One of the things that the council is aware of, which keeps coming up, is the desire to set some kind of standard that you can grasp that in the context of our ordinance will give some guidance to the hearing officer of what we mean by the term concentration. And we have incorporated in the last few drafts the American Planning Association standard of 1 or 2 per block. This is, I want to make it clear, this is not a disbursement requirement, but it's a requirement that's embedded in a very good policy document that explains over-concentration and what it could do. And when you reach that level from the point of view of this respected planning association, we don't have a definition of block. So we have written a section of this ordinance that's persisted through many drafts, and it's subsection 20.91A.060. It's on the bottom of page 66 of the clean draft of the ordinance that was posted. And that talks about the American Planning Association standard, but it talks in terms of blocks. It also is literal in that it talks about the range of block sizes within the city of Newport Beach. Some as short as 300 feet, some blocks as long as 1,422 feet. And we didn't want to adopt a standard, although it's not binding on the hearing officer, it is a guidepost. We wanted to be fair to people who lived in areas where the streets were much shorter, the peninsula and other areas where there are concentrations that we have visually seen of these uses. So we're trying to find a standard, and we have those 2 numbers, which are literally found by the staff to be a statement of existing fact. Today we were able, after much calculation and work over the last 4 days by the staff, to find a couple of more data points that we're going to suggest would be useful to be put in that subsection. Do you have the a slide with that new language on it, Dave?
I do. It's up there now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hanlon.
Okay,
Thank
now,
you.
this is a suggested modification of this subsection, or restatement of this subsection. And you will note there are 2 more data points that were calculated. One data point is 711 feet. That is the essentially the average calculable block length in the regular standard subdivision areas of Newport Beach. So somebody in a typical subdivision of Newport Beach, their average block length would be 711 feet. Now, as you can see, that's more than 2 times longer than somebody that might find themselves in one of those areas on the peninsula where the blocks are shorter, the side yard setbacks are short, and so forth. There's also another data point that was developed during this work by the staff. The median block length is 617 linear feet. So that means half of the block lengths in the standard areas of Newport Beach are greater than and half less than that number, 617 feet. So the real block, if you want to apply that term as APA used it in Newport Beach, the data shows that the real length of street we're talking about is between 600 and 700, a little over 700 linear feet. Not the 300 feet that you might find typically on the peninsula. And we don't want this 1 block standard applied in the peninsula in a way which is discriminatory against the people who live there. And we think the more data points that are brought to the attention of the hearing officer, facts are facts, would help alleviate that potential. So the hearing officers know the city council thinks this is the block length that is typical in Newport Beach, and that's the block length that ought to be considered. And if that means 2 or 3 blocks in a row on the peninsula, then that's what it should be. So that's our purpose in suggesting this alternative language to you. We're comfortable when we're using these as guideposts for a hearing officer and applying an APA standard and doing it, that these are valid considerations for the hearing officer. They're not binding. Hearing officers still can exercise discretion at any one of these CUP hearings on this point or any other point. So what we're asking the council to consider this alternative. Again, we can recommend either one, but my view is the more actual data, actual facts that find their way into the ordinance on this point, the better off are the people who will be living in the areas that are the subject matter of some of these hearings. So with that, I again want to, I guess, always close what I say to the council to tell you we presented an ordinance that attempts to deal with the physical secondary effects of overcrowding or overconcentration of commercial uses in your residential areas. We're not here to judge people. The council is well aware of the fact that most of the people involved in this situation or in these facilities are considered handicapped people under federal law, and we recognize that in this ordinance. We're talking here about the physical character of the residential community and the physical impacts of these areas, and providing for a process where that can be tested out and proved one way or the other, so the council can deal with what the citizens are saying has been the conversion of their residential areas into commercial areas in nature. And so with that, we're happy to recommend this ordinance to the council.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, before we continue, since Mr. Rush brought it up, I'd like to ask legal counsel, based upon your conflicts letter that you prepared with regard to this issue and my involvement in it, do I need to abstain from any discussions on this issue?
No, sir, you do not.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Okay, we're going to have the public hearing. I'm going to go over a few rules on how we're going to conduct the hearing tonight. First of all, our basic time limit is 5 minutes when you come up to speak. There's a little blue box on the podium, and the green light is when you start. The yellow light comes on when there's a minute left, and when the red light comes on, your time is up. And we would appreciate if you would keep your eye on that box and be mindful of your time as you're up here. I'm going to allow 3 speakers extra time this evening. First one is Mr. Titus, who represents the concerned citizens in Newport Beach. Denise Oberman, who represents the concerned citizens also, and then Mr. Dilks, who represents Sober Living by the Sea, and I'll call them up in that order. I'm going to give each of you 5 extra minutes, 10 minutes to make your statements. Everyone else will have the standard 5 minutes to make their statements. I would appreciate a couple of things. One, for me personally, and I think for the rest of the council, to the extent that you address specifically the provisions of the ordinance, that is what would be most helpful to us this evening. This is a public hearing where you're here to provide testimony on facts that you're aware of, and so if you can be very specific in addressing the ordinance, that would be most helpful to us as decision makers here as we go through the evening. I would also ask that you not applaud or jeer, depending on which side of this issue you're on. That doesn't help us get through the evening either. I know this is a very emotional issue for many of you. We take it extremely seriously here, and so we would like to have a calm, conducive atmosphere in which to conduct this public hearing and really hear all of your facts and the things that you bring forward to us. And the last thing that I would ask is that a lot of times the testimony tends to get repetitive, and if you hear that someone has made the same point 3 or 4 times, it would be more helpful to us if you had additional information that you could give us as opposed to going over the same issues over and over again. So if you can think about that as you come up here to speak to us, that would be most appreciated also. So with that, I will call Mr. Titus to come forward, please.
Mayor Selich, members of the council. Got to get used to where you guys are sitting now. As you know, I represent the citizens group, and I want to just address a couple quick issues, and I'm going to reserve a little bit of time at the end. And I think it's very important to focus in on specific provisions of the ordinance. In particular, what we've talked about is a 1,000-foot guideline. It's important as a planning tool for the hearing officer to understand what is a basic guideline in determining when they put these group home permits in, what's appropriate. And what we've always said, not citywide, we said on the coastal areas, in the areas which are undoubtedly impacted today, the city wrote to the Attorney General and identified certain locations are absolutely impacted. They're no longer residential zones. They're institutional zones. And we need to stop dancing around this. They are institutional zones, and the city is empowered by federal and state regulations to do something about it. We recommend 1,000 feet, and you ask why. Well, for example, in the HUD guidelines, the federal guidelines, it says if a neighborhood came to be composed largely of group homes that could adversely affect individuals with disabilities and would be inconsistent with the objective of integrating persons with disabilities into the community, especially in licensing and regulatory processes, it is appropriate to be concerned about the setting for group homes. A consideration of overconcentration could be considered in this context. Separation is anticipated in situations where you actually have overconcentration. That's what we have here. And you need to say to the hearing officer, look, this area is overconcentrated. And that is not the only place that's said. In the state guidelines, all this, by the way, is presented to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission agreed there needs to be distancing guidelines. In the state regulations, state discussion, it says facilities should be scattered throughout residential districts rather than concentrated in any single neighborhood or community. Neighborhood associations and many advocates for individuals with special needs agree that a neighborhood composed primarily of residential care facilities would adversely impact the neighborhood and all its residents, including facility residents. Facilities that are so densely clustered, overconcentrated, as to recreate an institutional environment defeat the purpose of community-based care. That's what we have here. Look, we've been here for a year. Can anybody deny that certain parts of the peninsula have that problem? Of course not. All right? And what we've tried to do is insist that the city council step up to its obligation. And in those areas where everybody knows it's overconcentrated, get rid of them. Federal law, state regulations, they all say your police power allows you to do it. And the community needs you to do it. 1,000 feet makes sense. The hearing officer could conceivably decide less than 1,000 feet based upon certain criteria. We understand that. But also understand that the hearing officer isn't going to be hearing where the 6 and under licensed standing alone are going. So to some extent, you're still going to have more concentrated. So take that as they talk about 700 feet. I think 1,000 feet is appropriate. 1,000 feet is also appropriate from bars. The Boca Raton case, which had certain infamy earlier on in this process, in there, the group home advocates got up and said, you can't put our group homes in areas where there's hotels and bars. We can't be near bars. I agree with them. Recovering alcoholics, if they bring a group home, they shouldn't be 1,000 feet from a bar or any alcohol serving establishment. That really needs to be put into the guidelines. Hearing officer needs guidelines. Planning commissions use the zoning code as guidelines. We're not saying shall, we're saying guidelines. The sober living folks, they wrote a letter. They talk about, well, maybe there's not 1,000. They admit there's at least 500 beds in that one area. That's still overcrowding. And that's what they admit. But they've never responded to the map that we've presented, other than saying, gee whiz, we think the map's inaccurate. Well, if it's inaccurate, all they have to do is identify where their locations are and count them up. Have they done that? No. This ordinance, if the city council has the will and the staff has the will, we'll know how many homes there are, won't we? All right? And I will bet you we're at 1,000 beds in that area. There is some discussion about this opinion from the Attorney General. It's not applicable here. It applies to 6 and under standalone licensed facilities. Your ordinance doesn't address those. it allows them to go forward as a permitted use. So that opinion really has no application here. But you need to consider the 1,000 feet. It's an important consideration for your community. It is not illegal. The cases which struck down 1,000 feet were ones that were different. They were per se, there was no evidence of overconcentration, and they really were an obvious attempt by those communities to prevent the group home from coming in at all. That's not what we have here at all. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. I'd like to reserve a little bit of time. I didn't use them all up because I imagine after all the speakers go through, somebody's going to miss something on our presentation. We're trying not to be duplicative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Titus. Ms. Oberon?
Mayor Selich, council members, appreciate your time. I'd like to follow up just very briefly on the issue of a specific plan to eliminate overconcentration and institutionalization in the coastal zone. I do want to reiterate that the concerned citizens of Newport Beach and the people that are associated with our group are and have always taken the position of 1,000 feet as a standard within the overlay zone as a remedial guideline to be able to systematically address and deal with overconcentration. And along with that, in the hearing process, we would assume that, as is consistent with other hearing processes, the burden of proof should be on the operators to rebut the presumption and prove why they're by less than 1,000 feet for their particular facility would be appropriate. So we do and continue to propose that the 1,000 feet be focused on a narrowly tailored solution for the area which could be considered and is of particular density and lot use characteristics, and which also contains severe overconcentration. Along with that, the people on the coast do want to see the city look towards some type of dispersal so that not substantially all of this type of use exists in the coastal zone. There are other areas in the city that are appropriate and that are accessible to the business operators where they can locate. So we are looking for an appropriate fair share. We don't want to be overly burdened, and we don't want any other neighborhood in the city to be overly burdened. And we think that certainly a reasonable operator with who truly wants to support the public interest and the interests of its clientele would look to that type of a dispersal. Secondly, we're asking for a situation where existing uses need to be legally initially established and also maintained legally in order to be eligible to apply for a CUP or a reasonable accommodation. As with any other CUP process, we would expect that a business that has not been compliant should be deemed illegal and subject to abatement. The period to apply for a use permit. There is a presumption in the proposed ordinance that a period of 90 days should be provided for the business operators to apply for their use review. And we feel that that period of time is excessive. We would propose that 30 days from the effective date of the ordinance is more than adequate and is reasonable. Businesses are already aware of developments in the city. The operators that have well-run businesses and have contended that they do already have management plans. So we feel that 30 days is more than enough. Let's get going. Let's get this resolved so that the neighborhood can be stabilized and also the overconcentration can be mitigated. Next point is on hearing officer qualifications and selection. Our position is that there needs to be a qualified independent hearing officer, not an employee or another member of city staff. That's a requirement to effectively administer and rule on use permits and reasonable accommodation processes, along with their findings. We believe that the hearing officer needs to have a sound understanding of legal and planning principles, the principles and appropriate practices for effective due process, including the public process, the facts associated with the city, and including the impacted area, which is defined by the city as a substandard subdivision map. And also, they need to develop an understanding of the local group home businesses' history, characteristics, and business practices. And because of those qualifications, which we believe are requirements for an effective process and a fair process for all concerned, we think that a hearing officer needs to have continuity of service, particularly during the initial 18 to 24-month implementation period. And as a result of that, we would like to request that the current special counsel, Jim Markman, and potentially another associate of RWG, be retained under a 2-year contract to administer this process. The city, and by definition, taxpayers and constituents, have made a considerable investment in having Markman and his firm come up to speed on not only the laws and the practices, but also the characteristics of our community and the history of the whole situation. So we feel that that would be an effective approach to being able to do this. Prohibition of unlicensed facilities, and I'm almost done here. We now have something in the neighborhood of over 800 unlicensed beds, and by that I mean beds not licensed to operate by the ADP in one neighborhood. These unlicensed facilities create an unnecessary level of risk to the public as well as to the disabled who are in the facilities. There are insufficient formal controls over these operations. They can characterize themselves as they please, even charging customers for treatment, yet claiming that they do not offer any such thing. They could claim to be, quote, sober living homes, end of quote, when they are really flop houses, drug houses, or other types of boarding type arrangements. And an inadequate supervisory environment creates a much stronger risk of both drop out of the programs, and that's that attrition that's unwanted, and drop in to the community without purpose or affiliation. Lastly, we appreciate the council's efforts. We feel that the ordinance places a very strong reliance on the use permit process to alleviate overconcentration. Unfortunately, over the past 5+ years, the city has demonstrated that it has been, for whatever the reasons, unable to enforce relative to these uses. And whether that is leadership's explicit direction, whether it is a cultural orientation that's taken place, whether it's formal, informal practice, or a combination of all of those, if we are going to rely on the use permit process and derivatives to relieve overconcentration, we need standards and we need a commitment to enforcement. And we need not to put the hearing officer or others involved, and for that matter the council, in the position of having to always make subjective determinations without sufficient, clearly defined parameters so that the process can be consistent and equitable and readily understood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Overman. Okay, Mr. Dilks. Is Mr. Dilks here?
Good evening. My name is Edward Dilks. I represent Sober Living by the Sea Incorporated. And I had not intended to speak tonight, so my remarks will be a whole lot shorter than 5 minutes, I promise you. First thing I wanted to do actually is just to ask for a minor correction, 2 minor corrections to the letter I submitted. On page 1, I described the upper limit as 500, but that did not include the recently annexed area. I'd actually forgotten that even existed, so the upper limit would have to be adjusted by 65. The city finds 30-some additional units. a quibble over that number of units is entirely
Well,
possible.
we have not seen the letter. I understand you only submitted 2 copies of it, so.
Yeah, anyway, I just want everybody to understand that correction's necessary. The other is just a typo, and I have no idea why I did this. On page 2, it says that there are 710 beds in summer rental use inside the peninsula, and that's just not correct. It's 5,734. I have absolutely no idea why I typed that number. I was just reading it back there and was horrified that I typed it. That's just a misstatement. Rule number 1 is try telling, yes, it's 5,734 units exactly. No, ma'am, those are the licensed
Sir.
summer rental units.
Mr. Dilks, you're addressing us.
Okay. Anyway, with those 2 corrections, and I apologize for both of them. Ms. Oberman suggested that we needed to look at very specific sections of the ordinance, and I've done that in detail and I've commented on them. What is really troubling is that we believe the entire scheme is impermissible under the Fair Housing Act, both the federal act and under state law. We just don't think you can do this. The Attorney General also seems to think that, because you seem not to have, according to their opinion, any authority to mess with questions and issues of concentration. So what power do you have to deal with operators who are clearly a problem? And I'm sure there are some. And the answer is, and we've told you from day one, we encourage the use of code enforcement. And you have a victory. You actually went out and began code enforcement against somebody at, I think the address is 911 East Balboa, and it turned out that you won. You got the compliance you were looking for. You got it with a minimum of expense, I would assume, a whole lot less expense than the $150,000 you paid a law firm from Northern California to draft ordinances that you didn't want, and a whole lot less than you've spent drafting this 75-page ordinance that we don't believe is enforceable. And what I guess I can't figure out is why you are trying to draft this vast global solution that is very doubtful legally, when you have precise bullets you can use for specific problems. And you could reduce the concentration that way at far better cost than what you're doing now. And again, I really encourage you to look at that, because I don't think this is going to work. Truth is, even if it's legal, I don't think it's going to work, but I don't think it's going to be validated. And realistically, code enforcement will provide you with what you're looking for. One of the questions that people keep reading HUD manuals and APA advises and all kinds of stuff, and none of those have ever been put into operation anywhere. And the reason is they're in violation of the Federal Housing Act amendments, and they're not enforceable. And it won't work. Can't do that. There was discussion about unlicensed facilities. Unlicensed facilities are simply places where people live. The reason that the words 6 and under got used in California law is that it was necessary to come up with a number of people who could live as a non-family living unit in a single-family structure. And so that's all that's about. And there is absolutely no difference in impact whatsoever when you have 6 people who live in a house, eat noodle soup, sleep at night, get up in the morning, live their lives, and go to an AA meeting in Costa Mesa, and then come home and stop at the Alano Club here. There is no difference between that situation and the same people living in what you have defined as an integral facility, which is, we think, also an impermissible operation to zone out of existence. When those people are part of an integral facility and they live in a 6-person unlicensed unit, there's just no difference at all. They eat the same amount of soup, they throw away the same number of cans, they consume the same amount of water, whether they are simply 6 people who have found themselves into a standalone, unlicensed facility, or 6 people who have decided to live together in a dwelling unit and participate in a supervised program that's run elsewhere outside of their unit. And this fascination with this is really misplaced. The whole definition of 6 and under was necessary simply to define what constituted a permissible number of people, because California has a case called Adamson that says, groups of people who are not related can live together as a non-family living group, and that's all that was about. I'm frankly assuming you're going to adopt this. I am assuming that there will be a substantial dispute about its enforceability. I think that's unfortunate because I think all of you have tried very hard to find a solution to this problem, and I just, for the life of me, cannot figure out why the solution has to be so large, so expensive, so unmanageable, and legally so risky when you have really simple and really well-defined solutions that you can employ. With that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I think Councilmember Daigle has a question for you, sir.
Mr. Dilks, earlier we had the Restaurant Association here. The city works with auto dealers, with developers. They all have community relations programs. Why has your corporation or the corporation that you represent been unwilling to come to this council with a community relations program? This is the first we've ever seen of you here speaking.
No, ma'am. I appeared here on May 30th. I appeared here twice in February and March. I mean, this is probably, I don't actually know, but it's at least my 5th and maybe my 7th appearance. Sober Living by the Sea has a very extensive community relations program. It sponsors Little League teams and all those things. It thinks of itself as a member of the public to the extent it purchases food, pharmaceutical products and things like that for people who live in any of its facilities. All of those are purchased locally. It probably is responsible for way over $1 million a year in money spent right here in Newport Beach, and I'm sure it's many times that number. The fact is, it actually has done all of those things. I personally have tried to meet with several people on the council, and people have just been, I mean, one of the real problems is that all of you are just scared to death of the people on this side of the fence. And I understand why. I understand why. I mean, there have been allegations made that are just baseless. There have been disparagement of people here and people who formerly occupied City Hall that were without foundation and just mean beyond belief. But that still just doesn't justify this ordinance. I hope that answered your question.
I wasn't really referring to sponsoring 5Ks. It was more, putting together a crew to pick up cigarette butts, that kind of thing.
Every resident is responsible for that at every facility.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go to general comments now. If you could, excuse me, if you could line up there and so we can save time getting up and down, I'd appreciate that. Again, remind you it's 5 minutes, and keep an eye on the little box there. Okay, Bob, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Selich. It's nice to know that the rehab operators are standing up for people like Mr. Rosansky and Mr. Burnham, who participated in contributing to this problem of overconcentration back in '04. That's a real good vote of confidence for the guy who was chairing the ad hoc committee. Now, since Mr. Rosansky brought the question up, let me ask you, Mr. Markman, does the front page of the conflict letter where you say that he's free to continue forward in the ordinance, does it not contain the caption, "This conclusion is not free from doubt"? Does it
you want me to respond after he's finished making his statement?
Well, I think what we'll do is staff will take all the questions down, and then we'll answer the questions when the speakers are done.
And did you or did you not only opine on his participation in the ordinance process this time, and you did not opine having anything to do with his 2004 involvement and his many votes on the 2004-16 ordinance that put us into overconcentration? Now, I don't know how you can be conflicted then and free of conflict now, and how you have the same guy that put us into conflict sit on the ad hoc committee that writes the fix to that problem. And I'll tell you something. This current ordinance is woefully inadequate, as Mike Titus and Denise Oberman have discussed, and I don't mean to be that affront to you, Mr. Markman. I know you have certain limitations, being Mr. Rosansky. Now, I will say this. I will say this, that what I do believe that this accomplishes is it exacerbates and not remediates in a short order. This is going to be a long, drawn-out process that will extend probably into 3 to 4 years to get any significant remediation. And I think this is just the kind of ordinance that Mr. Rosansky likes. It allows him and his cronies to benefit from this. That being said, I do believe that you would be the best person to act as a hearing officer, you and your firm. There is relatively little to no prep time. You understand the issues, and I think it makes a great point of actually making you accountable for what you believe is accomplishable using the law that exists today. And by the way, Mr. Rosansky, it took me 3 or 4 months to prepare Bob Burnham's FPPC complaint, and I'm going to take my time in doing yours. So don't look for it the next week or two.
When you need a stamp to mail it, let me know, Bob. I'll be happy to provide it.
I will send you an invoice.
Thank you. Please do.
Hi, I'm Max Liskin. I'm sorry I charged down here, but I want to get home. And I just want to make a couple comments, because I think when I come down here, first of all, we might not all like what you do, but I think you guys have worked real hard. And I think that we're real close. I'm not a lawyer. But I came down here in a hurry because I wanted to respond to Sober Living by the Sea, CRC Health Corp, and the comments. The first comment was about reaching out to the community. I'm quoting from the company's public statement. I'd like to just give you that document. Because I'm quoting from the public statement and public document in direct response to their attorney, because, again, I think we have to act in good faith and be honest. Quote, at the local level, every facility employs a marketing staff. These professionals market to referral sources in the local community to attract patients to the facility. Local marketing strategies include, I'll skip many of them, but community involvement, including speaking engagements and sponsorships. My point is, this is in a public document. This is their outreach. It's for business. It's not to, I don't know what else it's to do, but it's certainly for business. Number two, I'd like to point out the issue of this community has tried to reach out. You come down here and say, I wasn't prepared to speak tonight. Well, when will you be prepared to speak to us? And number two, I'd like to say, you keep telling us what we should do. Why don't you tell us what you're going to do? It's very simple. We talk about, a point was made in your public document about capital expenditures. And it basically says it takes you about a year to recover your investment when you expand a facility. If that's the cost, and you tout that by saying how good that is, and I can quote, because we're all being recorded, and basically high return on incremental capital expenditures. We have demonstrated the ability to generate high returns on investment, blah, blah, blah. Our projects such as these, our capital investments, have frequently been paid back within 1 year. Number two, strong cash conversion. Our low maintenance capital expenditure requirements, minimal working capital needs, and high operating margins allow us to convert a significant proportion of our revenue to cash available for debt service or investment in our business. Given that your CapEx requirements on a maintenance level are so low, why can't you voluntarily disperse your facilities? Why put the onus on us where code enforcement is an expense to the taxpayers? You have the resources, you're profitable, you'd like to be more profitable so you can grow and perhaps sell the company. But in the meantime, why don't you use some of your cash flow and disperse your facilities, given that it's not that expensive to do? That would go a long way in helping this community and making us all happier. And, you know, I could go on and on. I don't want to repeat things, but I will say one final point. As far as the law, I think it's great that we keep being told what we can't do. In their public statements, once again, they say, also, because many of the current laws and regulations are relatively new, we do not always have the benefit of significant regulatory or judicial interpretation of these laws and regulations. In the future, different interpretations or enforcement of these laws and regulations could subject our current and past practices to allegations of impropriety or illegality, or could require us to make changes in our treatment facilities, etc. The point is, we are on new ground, and we should, I believe, since we are fighting for our homes, continue to fight. This is our home. A business can be transacted in many places. I think that they have the choices, and once again, I'll close on, listen, we've told you what we want to do. Why don't you tell us what you're going to do for us, and that might make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening. The herd was very quick. I tried to beat them. My name is John McGregor, and I'm a former member of and resident of the West Santa Ana Heights, and now a proud member of the city of Newport Beach. We're very happy to be here. It's been a long journey, starting way back with Todd Ridgway and Jan DeBay, meeting with the Santa Ana Country Club, and I will address the sober living and those residential homes in just a moment. But we are grateful to participate and be a part of the city of Newport Beach. We're excited and committed to excellence and participation and to be part of the family. And with every marriage or adoption comes baggage. We unite with you on our challenges that we will face in the decades to follow with the John Wayne Airport noise and expansion issues, and with the group residential homes. Mayor Pro Tem Daigle, thank you for your website, very thorough, and appreciated your comments about your tour of some of those residential homes areas. We have 6 of those homes in our area, and we have a real problem with it, as well as the rest of the city of Newport Beach. I'm in public safety, and I respond to these residential homes all the time. They are detox centers, and they are clearly outside the bounds of their defined legal limits, not only in this community, but in communities throughout Southern California. Some of the issues that weren't addressed tonight was the fire medics program. What role will the fire medics program play as a revenue-producing event? The city of Costa Mesa and the county of Orange Fire Authority has had a great impact by these homes in our community. We have fire and police response several times a month because of medical issues. And what role will the fire medics program play? We have public drunkenness and drinking going on in our neighborhood. And I've addressed that issue with the Lynn House on Pegasus in the last few weeks. They made a quick apology, gathered the girls up, and put them away out of public view. We shop in Newport Beach. We work in Newport Beach. We educate our children. My kids went to Heights, Ensign, Newport Harbor, and had a tear when the bell tower was taken down. But we unite with you. This is a very emotional issue. The sober livings or Yellowstones or whatever we want to call them. I appreciate staff's work. I appreciate your courage in addressing this issue. And I'm hopeful that all of you can sort of sift through the emotional part of this for all of us, and we all communicate that emotion differently. And for those that represent the Sober Living organization and other organizations, I don't think they live next door to some of these places, the way they talk and the way they analyze. This is about economics. It's not about rehabilitation. Thank you for your courage and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Okay, again, specific comments on the ordinance are most helpful to us.
Good evening. My name is Craig Batley, 25-year resident of Newport Beach, currently living on the peninsula. I'm going to address not the specifics because that's been beat to death. What I'm going to address tonight is what Sober Living just commented is why all this consternation from the public. Prior to the passage of the FPP ordinance in 2004-16, 3 years ago, there was trouble in Newport Beach. Now, these sober living facilities have been in the area for probably 20 years or more. No one paid attention to them. Why? They were kind of below the radar, mind their own business. No one paid any attention. There's well less than 200 of them. We were upset 3 years ago, and there was only about 200 places. Now tonight, more than 3 years later, there's still trouble in Newport Beach. Why? Because the passage of Ordinance 2004-16 did not prohibit one single new rehab facility from entering the city. By the city's own admission here, there's well over 600 beds in the city now, and some say 1,000. We don't want to be known as the nationwide vacation rehab destination in all of the USA. There's only one reason that they're here in Newport Beach, is because it's sold as a vacation rehab experience. Can you imagine a worse place to rehab on the peninsula where there's tons of taverns and we have this small little community with these small lots, everybody living with each other? It doesn't fit here. This is why people are upset. Tonight, after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, thousands of man-hours, we have a new proposal. 5 of you were not on the council when the last proposal was voted on, so this is new to you. Needless to say, the existing ordinance didn't help at all, not one bit. I think part of the problem here the public has, and I've never seen such a sustained public outrage for such a long period of time as this issue. Part of the problem they have is we're not really sure this ordinance is going to do its job. I'm not here to debate the nuances of this. All we know is that if this ordinance is passed, the existing rehab facilities, many of them will be kept in its place. Why? All you have to do is apply, follow the rules, obtain a CUP approval, and be allowed to operate, and they'll be allowed to operate in our residential neighborhood for decades to come. Imagine if you lived next door, owned a vacation rental, or owned a long-term rental next door to one of these facilities. If one of these facilities is approved in the neighborhood that exists right now, that's never going to leave. Why? You heard the previous testifier. There's a huge, huge profit. Why isn't CRC out in Hemet or Fontana? Because they can't charge the exorbitant rates for a vacation rehab experience in an area that is totally non-conducive to rehab, where there's a 75-80% failure rate. Why are citizens concerned? Well, I don't think the city's been listening. You may ask, well, what do you mean not listening? Look how much work's been done on this. This is a fine, fine ordinance if it had been passed 3 years ago. Since I've been involved in city activities, the city blatantly failed to listen to its citizens 2 times. Each time the citizens rallied and forced changes on the city government. The first was green light. And the most recent is the City Hall and the Park Initiative. We are now experiencing a third situation where the city government and staff is not listening to the citizens. You're not going this sustained anger or emotionalism is not going to go away. It's taken years to grapple with this issue. Some say, well, have a heart for those in need. Well, no one here tonight would argue otherwise. Just don't have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these places in one neighborhood. The real issue is uncontrolled growth of rehab homes in the eclectic coastal residential neighborhood, which fundamentally changes the character and quality of those who reside on the peninsula. You violate the general plan when you allow this to happen. The horses are out of the barn, somehow you've got to get them back in. It's a problem. It's not about excessive secondhand smoke, higher levels of profanity and all that. Fundamentally, this issue hits the emotional nerve of the Peninsula residents. We don't know who these thousands of people are that visit the neighborhood. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what they did to come here while they vacation in these rehab facilities. The Peninsula is one of the worst places to rehab in California. Have the courage to do the right thing. Fix this ordinance before you vote. The city allowed this problem to proliferate. It's now time for the city to roll back time to 3 years ago. Please have the political courage to do the right things. Fix this ordinance. I cannot remember when over 1,000 concerned citizens spent $175,000 assisting city staff on an issue. This ordinance does not address existing overconcentration or eliminate this problem.
Thank you.
Mayor and council members, my name is Robert Hawley. This is my legal counsel, Carrie Lowe. We're here to address our situation regarding 3355 Violito, which is an office building. We are here, I represent Wasserman Real Estate. I'm the development director, and we joined your community in 2006. We purchased the Lido Marina Village, including the office buildings at 3355 and 3388 Violito. Our commitment to the community is strong, and we're here to try to improve the image of the village, and you'll, in short term, see some of our plans. But in the interim, our building at 3355 is affected by this resolution. And we currently are a conforming use. However, once the general plan amendment is approved and it is rezoned, we will be affected and we will become a non-conforming use, which we, under the resolution, will be subject to abatement, which is our biggest concern. Our intention is to renovate the 3355 office building and make it a respectable building. It's in dire need of repair, and we're intending on putting full effort into that building. I will acknowledge that we have been working with several of you in discussion on this issue in the last couple of weeks, including Mr. Markman and Mr. Lowe, especially in the last 48 hours. It's been very intense, and I appreciate all your time in listening to our concern. I'm sure you're all well aware of it. We also are realizing that your situation is very sensitive, and we are in a position that we acknowledge that, and although we are in a predicament ourselves, we also realize that we may exacerbate any of the problems you may have in trying to get this resolution passed. And with that, we are hoping that we can resolve this issue with the city and with council without necessarily involving an amendment to the wording to the resolution, which may make your position even more fragile. We have, Mr. Lowe has included a letter into your packet that you may have read, and I will have him address some of the issues in that, including one of the suggestions he has in future cooperation in trying to maintain our position with our building to secure the use of it in the future.
Thank you. I assume you've read the letter that Mr. Hawley referred to, so I'll be very brief. But we are in an odd position here because we're kind of like bystanders to an auto wreck where we just got hit by a piece of flying debris while minding our own business. We have this office building that is going to be impacted by the proposed ordinance, subject to abatement, simply because it's going to become a non-conforming use at some point in the near future. And so we've been struggling, trying to work with staff and talking to many of you about how we could do something to alleviate that situation. We recognize that anything that you might try to do in modifying your ordinance would run counter to the legal advice that you're receiving and might make your ordinance more vulnerable. And so We're really hoping that another way can be found where staff and this council can work with us going forward to figure out an alternative solution to our dilemma. Mr. Markman has actually made some excellent suggestions along those lines, which we very much appreciate. And so I think we'll leave it at that for tonight, but really look forward to coming back to you with renewed attempts at solving our situation after you get done with the issue that's before you right now. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your expressions of concern that many of you have given us, and we'll be back to you sometime soon.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions that individual members may have regarding this issue? It may be a little, it's certainly unusual under the circumstances, and we're willing to try to address those questions if you have any.
Yes, I have a question. Sir, you only answer questions from us.
I'll be happy to talk to you after.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you.
My name's Ted Bosley, and I'm a resident of Westside Santa Ana Heights. And I have a question. I'm curious, are they proposing turning that office building into a sober living home? What are they doing? I don't. Okay, so there's some other element of the proposed ordinance that is affecting them. You need to expand your scope of sober living homes, because we have 6 in our community. We had 1 4 years ago, and now we have 6. We have aged people who are getting ready to check out, and we have people that come and misrepresent themselves as something that they're not to buy these homes. And we've got just everybody in the community is just afraid that we'll get beyond 6. I mean, we have 64 beds. All of our homes are 2,700 square feet. They occupy them with 13 to 14 people in every home. And 2 of these homes are right at the entrance of our community. You drive up Pegasus, the very first house on both sides is owned by the Lynn House, and they do detoxing there. And you can check with the fire department, but they have to respond there at least once a month. And it's just ridiculous. I live right across the street from one, and they take all these people out of 4 of the homes are owned by Yellowstone Recovery, and they bring van pools to that house across the street and conduct 12-step meetings, I think. They're all there, though. They also act and behave like sororities and fraternities. And they, at least once a month, have a big bash in there, and men and women both come. And I had Honey Thames, who is the administrator for Yellowstone Recovery, tell me at a PAC meeting, I'm a member of the PAC committee, that, and she came and addressed us and said these homes would be used for residents only. No meetings would be held, no 12-step. They'd bus them on, take them off to some other place, because they got a place in Costa Mesa where their primary location is, and have those types of meetings there. When they come out of that meeting, they climb into 2 or 3 or 4 van pools. They yell back and forth at each other across the street. I mean, they're not learning how to live in our community, and that's their purpose for being there. So, thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
If anybody wants to see the write-up I did on the economics of operating a sober living home, it's the ones I've got. They make $226,000 a year gross profit.
Sir, you might have, you might have noticed that our assistant manager, Dave Kiff, was taking careful notes while you were speaking. I have no doubt that the homes that you're mentioning will get the kind of scrutiny that they deserve.
Can you hear it?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Bettina Deininger, Newport Beach. Interestingly, about this Lido, because I live on Lido, I want to address that. When I moved here 35 years ago, Lido Island was a delightful place to shop, to come, to be. It's turned into a drug. People wandering around half-dressed in there, going to their meetings. It's disgusting. it just really, it has ruined that whole area. I know economics are probably play a part in it. People have moved out. But if this keeps up, no one's going to come in either. So, you know, those are things I think we need to think about. As far as the addressing the ordinances, it's a start. I think it's a pretty good start, but it's still just a start. I think it puts a lot, if Mr. Markman takes this job as the official arbiter here, that's a tough job to take. I mean, he's going to have to really be very conscientious about this because from what I see in these ordinances, you're not going to dig these people out of here for 3 years. They're going to be there until, you know, they decide that it's not good for them to be. Personally, man from Sober Living, the attorney, I'm offended that he would say we haven't got the right to take back our city. This is our city, not his. And I feel very strongly that you need to step up to the plate here. If you don't think this is a political issue, make no mistake, it is a political issue because these people are not going to go away. I mean, if they don't go away, we certainly aren't going to go away because we've invested here. If their investment is leases, they don't buy these houses, they lease them. And it's a very profitable thing for them to do this. But, you know, if we have invested here, we're not going to just give it up and say, you know, adios. Although, hey, I could live anywhere in the world if I wanted to, and I choose to live here. And I'd like you to help us take back our city, because that's what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nikki Repp, and I live on Lido Island. And I'll be very short, and I'm a little nervous. I just want to say that this is our home and our community, and this is your home and your community. And I think it's really important to have standards that will address the particular characteristics of our coastal zone and our overlay, the overlay. And we really feel that 1,000 feet separation between the facilities is reasonable and is really necessary to address the overconcentration on the peninsula and Lido and West Newport and the Heights. So I just think it's important to keep our community the way it is. And it's our home, it's your children's home, it's your grandchildren's home, and we want to just consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Curran. I live in Corona Del Mar. I'd like to address the specific item in the ordinance related to parking. In the public comment notes, it states that I, at a prior meeting, asked that the council ensure that the ordinance applies parking standards to group residential uses commensurate with parking needs of homes, staff, residents, and visitors, and that this was included in the ordinance. And I thank the staff and you for tracking my comment. However, I'd like to clarify my comment. Per my notes, my comment called for no grandfathering of non-conforming uses for parking when a residential use is converted to a new use, such as a group home. And let me talk briefly about why I think this is important. You can refer to the treatment of parking. I looked it up in the ordinance today. I found it in 4 places. But the one that really applies is the proposed ordinance for parking is discussed on page 9 in the findings, item 6, and page 66. It says that, in addition to the findings set forth in the provisions governing use permits generally, the proposed ordinance, sections A through F, provides that the hearing officer can approve a use permit only if certain findings can be made. Specifically, the project has adequate parking on site. Now, for most group homes, the ones that I'm familiar with, a 6 and under, for example, you'll have 6 residents, and you will have, by my research, up to 6 staff members serving those residents. If it's an integral facility with 2 6 and unders adjoining, those numbers, of course, double. So I would say we need to really consider what adequate parking means. First of all, let's talk about fairness. The verbiage adequate parking sets a lower standard than called for residential units. As a residential homeowner, you must provide 2 parking spaces for your units. Group home operators should be required at a minimum to meet code standards i.e., 2 parking spaces per unit for a single-family residence. If the hearing officer determines that additional parking is needed, then he or she can make that determination. My concern is that the proposed verbiage could be construed as having no floor or minimum parking standards, so single-family residences with non-conforming parking would be able to operate as a group home with no accommodations. This seems to set different standards for group home operators depending on whether they're trying to operate from a new facility or from an existing home which has grandfathered parking. So again, different standards for different folks. Finally, this is unfair to residents who have to comply with a number of parking regulations if they attempt to change the use of or enlarge the number of bedrooms on their property, for example. My second concern is enforcement. The term adequate is a vague term. In some cases, vague terms are useful because they allow you to adapt to circumstances. But in this case, I think the word vague leaves the ordinance very open to interpretation. For example, do side streets count as part of a parking plan submitted by a group home? With no baseline, rulings could be contested by group home operators multiple times. This creates needless expense for the city due to staff time to analyze the proposed parking plan, and it creates a diversion of staff resources. And, of course, more meetings with council members and commissioners and the public will need to attend. So the ordinance has many components. I wanted to address the specific issue of parking. I thank you for your time and your consideration of this item.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kern. Mr. Markman, when you make your comments and answer the questions, could you address your concerns on parking and enforcement, please?
Good evening. My name is Mustafa Soylemez. I've actually addressed this group in this forum before. Just a couple questions. I'm going to take the mayor's advisement and just try to keep it to the specific language in the ordinances, at least my question. I also have a comment as well. So let me just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So when we talk about concepts and terms on page 4, a licensed 6 and under is a group residential house, less than 6 people, and you're actually, if it's licensed, you can offer one of the 5 types of treatment, detoxification, group counseling, one-on-one. Is that correct? As long as it's standalone.
We're answering all the questions when all the testimony is over, so they're writing your questions down, sir.
Okay, so for what I can understand, and maybe I've got this wrong, but from what I can understand, as long as it's licensed, it's standing alone and is not networked, you can offer one of these 5 types of rehab. Okay, my question to you is, if it's not standing alone and it is network, then I would assume that it does not meet the criteria set forth. Standing alone and not network, to me, is fairly subjective, and as the previous person stated, it's a little bit vague language. I'd like to see that cleaned up a little bit. The last comment on that same area, on that same bullet, I should say, Newport Beach has approximately 18 licensed and 6 and under facilities with 108 recovery beds. Only one of those appears to be a standalone facility. So am I reading this correctly in saying that only 6 beds out of 108 are actually meeting this criteria? If I'm missing something, I would just like to say that I think we should perhaps make this language a little bit less vague. Finally, I'd like to just make a comment about the code enforcement. Mr. Dilks, the attorney, said that the answer is very simple. We should just provide beefed up code enforcement. Unfortunately, as it stands today, our code enforcement has been weak, at least in my experience. As I've said, addressed to this forum before, I live very close to 3 group homes, all owned by the same operator, who are in this unlicensed 6 and under area. Unfortunately, despite the neighbors and my copious efforts, we have not been able to get any sort of code enforcement, or at least make some sort of progress with what's going on in there. We don't know if it's 6 beds, we don't know if it's 16 beds. Some calculations estimate that there are close to 15 beds in each home. So the code enforcement, as Mr. Dilks has suggested, is just not adequate as it is. So I don't know what kind of, what we're proposing here to beef up that code enforcement. Specifically, I'd be very interested in that. And then finally, I'd like to just say this, and it was already sort of brought up, but I want to be a little bit more forceful. How dare you, Mr. Dilks, come into our Newport Beach community and call out the citizens of Newport Beach? Shame on you. Absolutely not. Don't do that. And Mr. Dilks, I do remember you. You are correct. I do remember you coming to the May 4th meeting. I believe it was May 4th, but it was the May meeting. Unfortunately, the only thing I remember is you copying down the names and the contact information of all of us in that room that day. So your presence is remembered, but not for the right reasons. Thank you.
Watch the little blue box there, Dick.
I'll try very hard.
I know you will.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm Dick Nichols. I'm from Corona Del Mar. I'm asking you today to adopt the code as part of the ordinance. And I'm saying that I think we should adopt it as we've done other code sections. And I explain that. Basically, in our zoning code, we have adopted a large number of our codes. We've adopted the fire code, the vehicle and traffic code. We've adopted the uniform administrative code, the uniform housing code, the California Building Code, the California Mechanical Code, the California Electrical Code, the California Plumbing Code, the Uniform Swimming and Pool Code. Now, these are adopted en masse. They're not. You do once in a while make a change to one point in this, but what I'm saying is it's a standard procedure to adopt state law if they have a code or a uniform for this. There is such a code in this state. It's in the CCRs. It's what I've been talking about. It's also in the health and welfare code. I think I got the health and safety code. I'm sorry. These, they're listed, and what I've done is make the suggestion that you put this code into the zoning code. And I've made a suggestion how, and basically I've asked that you adopt the code, which is very similar to the way we've adopted the others. Now, is there any justification for that? And I would point out that there is. If you go to the California Code of Regulations and you look at the California Code titles, what that shows is that there's only one that calls out for licensure, and they call out for licensure required on 24-hour non-medical residential facilities. When you defined integral facilities, which they don't define because the only time that word is used is with a licensed facility. So it's integral facilities are licensed because that's the only way they even refer to it. And what I'm concerned with is that we're letting all this stuff slip under the door that everybody was talking about when we say that you do not need a licensed facility to go to to go to a integral facility to get part of your care. That is wrong. And I checked that out with the state, and they did confirm my statement. And so I'd like to see it in. The last thing is if you go up on the website on alcohol and drug programs, it says right here, laws and regulations that apply to that. And it calls out the very same regulations that I've been talking about and puts it in, and this is the ideal way to adopt that. What that would do is force all the integral homes to have licensed facilities where they're sleeping. They're saying that isn't required. It isn't in the code. It's very clear the other way, and our definition breaks that up. It doesn't meet it, and to be very honest, I think it makes it illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Alan Beek. I'm the secretary of the SPAWN Steering Committee. The SPAWN Steering Committee has members from all over the community, not just from the waterfront areas, and we are concerned. We recognize this is a very difficult problem, takes a lot of expertise, and I won't have the chutzpah to say that we have informed concern, but we are concerned. If this community can be vandalized and trashed today, our community can be vandalized and trashed tomorrow. We all have to stand together and look out for each other. So I'm just here to tell you this is not just the concern of the waterfront communities, it's a concern of everybody all over town. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, and council. With regard...
Your name, sir?
Oh, David Diamond, over 30-year resident.
Yeah, you might want to speak in the microphone, too, for the folks in the back.
Okay. With regard to the recent addition to the proposed ordinance, what that says is if you had, let's say, either a 600 or 700-foot guideline, and you followed the standard which recommends 1 or 2 uses, that means that each block in the impacted area where we live on the peninsula would have a home which is identified in the ordinance. And although I had not been adamant about a 1,000-foot separation between the houses, when I see what we can end up with under this ordinance, it's clear to me that the 1,000 foot set between legal houses must be maintained. Then there's a number of areas that I wanted to discuss dealing with some of the language. There's a question on page 54, extension of abatement period for non-conforming uses. When Mr. Kiff made his presentation, and he just discussed what would happen if a use was non-conforming, and he said they would apply for a PUC or a UC. What the problem there is you've also put in to the code methods for applications to extend the period before there must be abatement. And that can be dragged out for a long period of time. One of the purposes stated in the code, section, I think it's 2062 B, says that the property owner may request an extension of the abatement period to amortize the property owner's investment to avoid an unconstitutional taking of property. The property owner owned a residential unit or 2 residential units if it was R2. He would be left with a residential unit or 2 residential units if it's R2. Why do we have to be concerned about amortizing the owner's investment? The investment is in a residential unit. And the city will evaluate evidence of economic hardship arising from abatement. Now, does that mean that Sober Living can come in with their annual public report on money that they've made and say, hey, we're going to be losing some money, and that's going to be taken into consideration in determining whether they're entitled to an amortization of their investment? Doesn't seem to make sense, considering that the burden had been placed on all the adjoining property owners of all the items that have been brought before this council that have been the detriments that have been caused by this concentration of these homes. Also, there's a question, I think there's an error in some of the sections that are referred to, and I think Mr. Vanden Bosch is going to bring that to the council's attention. There's also in the Planning Commission granting an extension, which they can do before people are required to have a use permit, that they would consider the cost and feasibility of relocating the use to another site. Well, why are we doing that? They're in a residential building. They should be going to another residential building. And if they have incidental costs by changing their telephone or things of that nature, why do we have to consider that as to whether or not to grant a longer period of abatement?
Can you wrap it up, Mr. Diamond?
Yes. You also state that you're going to establish an abatement period in non-residential districts, and that there shall be established a 10-year abatement period pursuant to subsection 2A. Why would we be granting a 10-year abatement period in non-residential districts? I don't know why that's here, and I'd be interested in finding out.
We'll be answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Willis Longyear. I live on Lido Isle, and I've been here before, and I'm being kept up late by you guys. The problem I see that you're talking about applications for CUPs or UPs or whatever you want to call them, and there's nothing in here about abatement or of existing conditions. We have probably 80% of the facilities in Newport don't have licenses. 20% do, as I understand it. When we had rental property in Newport Beach, we had to have a license to rent the property. It seems to me that the granting of the license should be contingent on compliance with requirements. If the requirements are not met, we would have to be out of business. There was no grandfathering of what we were doing. And I strongly suggest that a no grandfathering clause be included in this ordinance. That facilities that are not licensed should be abated, and that could be done in 30 days or some other time that's reasonable for people that are in there to make other arrangements. We do not have to have grandfathering, and the fact that you're going to start granting CUPs to new applicants is one thing. It slows down the train. It doesn't stop the train. It doesn't send it back to the barn. And we have a huge condition now that will simply become stabilized. It won't go away unless it's abated. And the grandfathering part of that needs to be included. It is a terrible thing to have to deal with, I understand. And it would cause all kinds of problems to you, probably not to the inmates, because they just simply go somewhere else. But, and I think as far as the loss of income to the renters, to the landlords, they simply rent to somebody else, to somebody who's coming there on vacation or there to live. And they get the normal rent they would usually get. They don't get the exorbitant rent that they get from this group home thing. So anyway, my whole point is I really want to see a no grandfathering clause in there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Cynthia Kohler, West Newport. In regards to what Mr. Dilks said about we just need a code and we don't need the ordinances, Mr. Dilks, who works for Sober Living by the Sea, has never applied, I want the public to know, for an FEP, which is what which was what was put in 2004. So he needs to follow the rules. Okay, back to the code. I would like to know why alternative sentencing is not addressed in section 20.05.30. Can anybody tell me that?
We'll be answering the questions when everyone's done, ma'am.
If ADP, which is the State Department, which licenses the facilities in our city, is also responsible for granting funds in massive amounts of money to the County of Orange, which disperses the funds, the grant money, to the Probation Department and the drug courts, which represent alternative sentencing programs, which then goes to the judges who have the option of placing these criminal offenders in these alternative sentencing programs, which seem to be all coming to Newport Beach. How can you not address alternative sentencing? And by the way, most operators that claim they do not affect crime in our city, they all advertise that they are approved for alternative sentencing on their websites. Sober Living did until I brought it to your attention and gave you the proof last time. Now, when ADP funds law enforcement programs that are in our city, I think it needs to be addressed. Do you not see the precarious predicament it places our law enforcement agency in? This must put enormous pressure on our beat cops. And no one here seems to see a conflict of interest? This brings me to an incident that happened in my neighborhood a week ago. We saw a fire engine sitting in the middle of the street, and then we saw 3 units roll, a paramedic, no sirens. Lo and behold, it was a victim they were attending to from the unlicensed sober living home. Again, he was beaten so badly he was found by a roommate in the shower bleeding to death, semi-conscious. All this in an unlicensed sober living home. The same home on our street that residents have been calling on for years. We have made numerous attempts to get this home closed down, and it is still operating. Why on earth would the city not address the overconcentration of the unlicensed homes? This is one incident of how many that we don't know about. We could have at least 800 of these unlicensed beds. Do you think the residents honestly believe we'll ever get a hand on this horrendous problem when we can't even address one home in a timely fashion? How will this city enforce all of these ordinances when one house can do this over and over and over again? How can we believe you, the city, will enforce anything? You never once enforced the FEP that you created in 2004 to address the same issue. To me, this means that all group homes, because they have no FEP, are here illegally. That's my personal opinion. What I want to know is who's going to pay for all of this? Who's going to pay for all of this, the time, the staff? My guess is it's the residents. The residents will have to pay for the operator's burden on the city as they profit at all of our expense. I strongly object to the passing of such an ineffective ordinance. There are far too many issues that have not been addressed, especially the unlicensed homes, the conflict of interest with the police department, and the overconcentration. To my representative, Mike Henn, and the Peninsula and Leo's representative, I feel you should be recalled as the residents have stated and suggested to me. You have failed us miserably. I feel you have sold out and sacrificed your district for what? Could it be that you are stumping for Mitt Romney, who started Bain Capital, who funds CRC Health Group, who owns Sober Living by the Sea? You tell your constituents and me that you are voting for the strongest ordinances, yet you are working for the person who still profits from the Sober Living by the Sea, Newport Beach's biggest profiteer. You are here to protect us, your communities. You work for us, not big business and self-interest. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Lori Morris, West Newport. A lot of this has been covered, so I'll try to avoid some of it. The first question I'll have is to Dave Kiff and Mr. Markman, since this is something that was just asked. Who will be paying for the hearing officer's salary? That wasn't addressed in the ordinances. If it is the taxpayer, if it's going to be the taxpayer, or is it the multi-million-dollar corporation this maze of a CUP process creates, and that will ultimately benefit from this whole process? So I'd like to have that made known. And if it is the taxpayer, and I mean all of us, then that has to be voted on, I think. If a new tax is created, then it's you all have to vote that, and we have to agree that you're going to allow that. And that's not in the ordinances, and I'd like that to be made clear. It looks like to me after the hearing officer's decision and then all the appeals with no time limit set, and then on to the city council where there's, the point was made that you all will have heard nothing of the process. You're going to get the appeals thing going, and they're going to appeal, it's going to come to the council, and you don't have any de novo, is that what it's called? I'm not sure what it's called, but anyway, that's the information. And then you have to decide on that. My other question is, what other city has such a cumbersome mechanism? As you see in the PowerPoint, it is going to be quite cumbersome. What other city has that in place? I haven't heard where you particularly got this type of mechanism, but I'd like to know that. It seems to be that these ordinances will be almost impossible to enforce in a timely manner or with any efficiency. Is this process used by any other city? And I'd like to know that. And if they're not being done in other cities this way, why are we doing it? We need relief now, so I don't see why we're going through this huge mechanism. Another question you kind of answered, has it been decided who the hearing officer is going to be? And I'm assuming everybody's kind of come to an agreement with Mr. Markman if he agrees. So the required credentials of that person is not in the ordinances. It says what you don't have to be or what you can't be. So what is going to be the requirement? I'd like to know that. This process is going to be very expensive and time-consuming. It's quite a maze you'll be creating. So I'd like to get that thought out and answered. It is written, and it needs to be written somewhere concrete for me. And if it's not at this point, you shouldn't be voting on these ordinances tonight to approve them. Denise covered this question. We still don't have a standard set on overconcentration. I don't think that that's facially discriminatory. I think with the overconcentration we have, a standard can be set. You know how many beds we got going on here and how many new things have been brought to you. So that use of discretion by the hearing officer, I don't believe that's facially discriminatory, and we have too many rehabs already. So that's going to throw a lawsuit in right away. When they come to you and ask to be open and you have no set standard, they're going to scream it's discrimination. So that needs to be addressed. Standards have got to be put in this ordinance. There's no getting around that. Mike Hen, this is your district. You're going to allow the rest of this council sacrifice your district, because basically these ordinances look like to me that it's going to save all your other areas if they get passed. It's going to basically stop them from moving into your areas. It's not. Leslie's area and Nancy Gardner's area, it's in the pipeline right now with ADP that when you pass these ordinances and it starts going into effect and you lift that moratorium, it's going to come right to you. They're right in the works. And believe me, as soon as that moratorium is lifted, they're going to go for it. And the fact that they're going to have to come to you first, that isn't going to work. So with that, the moratorium is very important to us right now. That's the most effective thing we've ever put in this 5 years, and it needs to really be kept in place until we've got a real ordinance going. Your tour, Leslie Daigle, that Mr. Toad's Wild Ride through rehabs, the one time you stood in front of Narconon, you were heckled. I believe we remember that. What did they scream at you? Enjoying your fucking tour? That's what they said to you as they spit sunflower seeds off the third balcony. And that poor woman that is living next door, that retired school teacher, is going to be condemned to that for the rest of her life in that area if these ordinances go through like they are. That has to be addressed. You've got to think of that. And as far as I'm concerned, Mike Hen, this is shameful. You need to stand up for your district. You need to tell all the rest of the council you're not going to let your district or any other district be affected in this way. So I've asked 3 or 4 questions. I have one more, and I hope you'll beg my indulgence because it's a kind of little story, and it does have to do with the ordinances. And I think this needs to be added to the ordinances. Is the police department here? Did Chief Klein leave? I'm sure he left. It's quite late. But it should be addressed in the ordinances as to how rehab clients are handled and how in the field they're going to be handled. Please beg my indulgence because it is something you need to hear. We did have a problem on 39th Street that was not listed as the problem that it was. A resident of the 128 39th Street rehab facility, this is her shirt. If anybody's here from Morningside Recovery, you can pick it up. She ran screaming out of the building up and down 39th Street, 128 39th Street, I'm sorry. And she was tearing her clothes off. That's how we got this. She managed, a call was made, the police couldn't find her. They left. So another call was made. She was said to be screaming in between 39th and 40th Street in the alley. They came out again. They couldn't find her. Finally, a call was made from 40th Street. She had tried to get into one house. It was locked. She couldn't get in. Tried to get into the second house, still screaming. Door was open. She got in and quickly was disoriented, ran back out. Third house, door was open, unfortunately. The resident was just sitting there while she went screaming through his house, ran into his bedroom, locked the door, barricaded herself. He asked, "Who the hell's in my house?" And I'm paraphrasing. I have no idea really I'm sure there was quite a lot more said. She was rifling through his drawers, and she screamed, "Don't come in here, I'm naked." So he called the police. Police grabbed her, drug her out, had her in the back of the squad car, found out she was from the rehab facility. Went to the rehab facility. They told them, yeah, she's been off her meds for the week. Now, this is they're telling the officers this. Officers went back and told the resident, the homeowner, she's been off her meds for a week. That's what we found out. Without any blood tests, without knowing if she's on PCP, methamphetamine, drunk, whatever it was, the officers advised the resident, you really shouldn't file a complaint because it's only going to be hard on her. Now, they took her back to the rehab home and dropped her off with no medical aid after breaking and entering and barricading herself in the home. And the resident did not want to go against the officer's wishes. I wouldn't either, and neither would you. But I'm telling you what, if that were me that broke into that house and went screaming into a bedroom and locked the door and rifled through their bedrooms, would you not be in jail? You'd all be in jail. But this resident, and I want to know I want an answer to this question. What is the policy for these clients that commit these crimes? I don't see anything. So at this point, we need something in the ordinances that addresses the fact that this is going on. The call was not listed as a breaking and entering or a barricading or anything of that sort because the homeowner didn't file a complaint. They did not, and I think that's going on all over the city. I think there is some kind of, they don't want to make a big stink about this, need to keep it on the down low, a lot going on, don't want to fill out the paperwork. I don't know what the deal is, but that's what needs to happen here. So I'm just relaying this from those residents, and I would like you to keep that in mind because the fact is, if that woman had had a knife or a gun, we'd be talking about a whole different program right now. Yep. And it would be a very scary thing. So thank you for begging my indulgence. I'll take this with me. If Morningside would like to come pick it up, I'll turn it over to him. Thanks.
Okay. Next speaker.
I've been up here before, and I'd like to
Oh,
make
you only
one
get one
brief-
chance.
One.
That's
Hi, I've never spoken before City Council before, so I'm a little nervous. My name is Coran Gibson, and I live on 44th Street. And one of the issues I want to mention is on the distance between the facilities. And I think you said that your staff did a research, and some blocks are as small as 300 feet. The block I live on is 150 feet. That is how small they are. And we have a rehab house on our corner, and up until a year ago, I had one across the street. So these rehabs were within 100 feet of one another. That is too close, and I'm very concerned about the restrictions on distance. The second thing I want to say is, don't these homes have to have a licensed medical doctor or somebody like that in the homes? Because I think they do, and that hasn't been mentioned. If they're there for rehab, for sober living, for treatment, maybe not treatment, but just counseling, I think there needs to be a medical licensed person living in that home with these people, and I think that should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Dolores Otting. I live in Newport Beach. This is my second go-around with the ordinances, and I'm happy to see that in 5 years we've actually taken 2 people to court and fined somebody else. We've been doing great. I want to know how Knockin' fits in with this. I also want to read to you, part of my testimony before the Planning Commission and before you was to take the definitions from the ADP. I agree with Dick Nichols on this, and I want to read to you from the ADP that I'll give to you what it says for requirement for licensure, and it's Code Section 10505. It says A, except for facilities operated by a state agency, no person, firm, partnership, association, corporation, county, city, public agency, or other government entity shall operate, establish, manage, conduct, or maintain a facility which provides 24-hour non-medical residential alcoholism or drug abuse recovery or treatment services to adults without first obtaining a current valid license from the department. That's the Department of ADP. B, except for facilities operated by a state agency, no person, firm, partnership, association, corporation, city, public agency, or other governmental entity shall hold out, advertise, or represent by any means that it is operating, establishing, managing, conducting, or maintaining a facility which provides 24-hour non-medical, residential, alcoholism, or drug abuse recovery or treatment services to adults without first obtaining a current valid license from the department. As used in this regulation, operated by a state agency shall not include agencies which provide services through a contractual arrangement with a state agency. You can have this. I'm sure you're aware of it. I brought all of this up in 2002 and 2003. I spent $120 to make copies of all the ADP stuff and took it to the Planning Commission. And I'm here again. And I know you've worked hard. We don't have enforcement. Too bad we didn't spend all this money on enforcing. To hear that story of the woman that ran into the 3 homes is sad. It's sickening. I remember when I was much younger living in Massachusetts and the land of the Kennedys, and one of the Kennedy children had a bad cocaine habit, and he was sent down to Florida for his recovery. And we all thought, well, he's going to die soon. And he did, because Florida was known for its being a hot spot for cocaine and drugs, as it still is today. The same can be said as to you owe the residents that come here a service. You should, for example, we had 90 cities that came a while ago. Have we formed a coalition of cities? Are we up in Sacramento? Have we invited Schwarzenegger to come down here and take a tour? It's nice that you take a tour. Some of you take a tour, some of you don't. But it would be really nice if Sacramento came down and took a tour. I know Jerry Brown said no, but in the meantime, there has to be another part to this law, because this is all new, and we're treading on water that no one's ever treaded on before. And we got rid of the ad hoc legislation committee. That's not in the list. So I don't understand why it's been a year and why we're not working with the Democrats up in Sacramento, why there's not legislation. I mean, why there's nothing. We've hired attorneys, we've smashed the gavel, we've fined 2 places, but we haven't done anything. In the meantime, since I was here in 2003, we have 800 more beds. And I see this ordinance as a way to grandfather them. And I think that's a travesty of justice. And I feel sorry for the position that you're in. I remember campaigning. All of you said there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do. Those of us that thought we could do something didn't get elected. Those of you that thought we couldn't do anything and cited Long Beach and Boca Raton and every other possible reason to tell everyone there's nothing we can do. Now we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to do something. I agree that 90 days is too long. I think 45 days is long enough. If they can't get their act together in 45 days after they've been operating here for years, they don't need to be here anyway. Most of them shouldn't need to be here. I had a neighbor come up to me where I live and said, could they put one of these facilities next door? I said, yeah, I think 6 and under they probably could, even though they say they're not going to be in R1. I don't know what you're going to do about that. Also, when you talk about they can't emit smoke from the building, we don't have a smoke-free city. So I don't know how you think that they're not supposed to be able to smoke because they're a family, but yet the family next door is going to be able to smoke next to me or next to anyone else in the city. So I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but I don't know about that one. And I know my time is up, and I don't know what else to say except good luck, but you really need to adopt state legislation so when you do have a problem or a lawsuit, you have some place to go. We can't keep making up our own rules here. We're part of a state of California, part of an ADP program that has everything outlined for you. Thank you.
Oh, Mayor Selich, attorneys, Dave, council people, staff. I'm Ed Vandenbosch. I live in West Newport. I had a couple of things on the appendix or attachment B that were responded to. One comment was include hearing officer qualifications in ordinance, and the address to that was defined in part in 2003-030. Got another comment on that. This section defines the meaning of the term hearing officer and says that hearing officers shall be selected in a manner that avoids the potential for pecuniary interest or other bias. Okay, but I don't think that's qualifications. I would suggest some objective criteria such as, and I'm not saying that these are the ones that you should pick, I'm just saying kind of like this. Hearing officers shall be selected from those who meet one of the following criteria. 1, a member in good standing of the American Arbitration Association's commercial panel. 2, a current or former judge in good standing of the Orange County Superior Court. 3, 10 or more years' experience in a supervisory capacity in municipal planning. Another one of my comments was that I thought you should have an accounting firm review financial information submitted by applicants for extension of time for abatement, and it was addressed as no financial information is requested, see 2091A030. Such a request is not asked of other UP applicants. Well, my comment was not addressed to UP applicants. It was applicants for extension of time for abatement. And that section is 20.62.090B1, says the property owner may request an extension of the abatement period to amortize the property owner's investment to avoid an unconstitutional taking of property. Application requirements are, in part, evidence in support of the findings included in section 2062.090.C.4, which, by the way, is improper citation. It should be 20.62.090B4. Planning Commission is required to consider, quote, the length of the abatement period in relation to the owner's investment in the use, unquote, in determining whether there would be an unconstitutional taking of property. That's the financial information that I was talking about, and apparently it is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ken Coleman. I live in Newport Beach. And I'd like to address the police department on this one. I'd like to know what the policy is for rehab clients who commit crimes. The one instance that came up a few minutes ago in regards to 128 39th Street, it ended up being on the police website as being ID and released in field. That's the only thing that we ever gotten out of it. That's one of the reasons why I think that the rehab facilities are always saying, well, look at the police logs. There's never anything on the police logs in regards to rehab houses. That's because, as an example, about 4 months ago, there was an incident at 3960 and 3980. It might have been a little bit longer than that. And there were helicopters flying around. The police were up there, and I was going to my friend's house, so I walked over. I saw the police coming out of 3960. It was an upstairs unit. It's a rehab house. And I asked the police officer, I said, what's going on? And he said, where do you live? And I said, I live down the street on 39th. And he said, it's none of your business, sir. I went away, waited the next day in the paper, looked for the police reports. And what it said was disturbance on 40th Street. That's all we ever get. So basically, that's the kind of neighborhood we live in down there. And we get this on an everyday basis. And just within about a 5-house radius are 3 instances you heard about tonight. This is a T-shirt I found in the street the other day. These are the kind of T-shirts that they're putting out down there. And this right here says Dope City of Doom. They have people smoking pot and everything else on the, and on the backside they have a surfer, and he's on a wave with a sailboat back there. And he's in Newport Beach. It says Ride the Snake, Surf Dog. This is made by Volcomics, and it's a big company in Costa Mesa that makes T-shirts for people. And this is what we see down there. This was laying out in front of my house in the street about a week ago. If anybody wants to see it, you want to leave it with? Anybody want to see it? That's all. I'd just like to get an answer on that, what the policy is with the police department when they find these people in a rehab, and what kind of a commitment we get from them of where that address is and who exactly was arrested. And arrest them and don't give them the chance to back out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Louise Funnenberg. I live in central Newport Beach, and I want to thank the council, the staff, and the attorneys, and everyone who's worked on this ordinance. I'd like to see us to go forward with the ordinance. We need an ordinance that will stand up in court, and we won't go down to ignominious defeat with something bigger and broader than we need that won't last. We want something that will last and be usable and workable for the city of Newport Beach. So thank you very much for all of your effort.
Hi, Mayor, council members. I'm just here to make a very brief clarification statement. My name is Josh Haskins, for the record. I work with Wasserman, and I'm speaking on behalf of Bud Holly. And just want to clarify for the public that our office building on 3355 Lido is not and will not be involved with group housing. It's strictly a commercial office use, and that's how it will continue to be used. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I know most of you personally, and I believe you'll do what's best for the community. Period. Sober Living asked us, why do we need this ordinance? Most of my neighbors are putting their children in bed right now. We're all here hot, and our minds are wandering other places. But they have real lives, and they care about their children. Some have told me they're afraid to let their children walk to school in front of these programs, in front of these drug addict houses. And that's the truth. I know of 2 young ladies who got friends from boyfriends who used to use drugs, and now they use drugs. I'm in court every day. I work with drug addicts in these drug programs. I dare say I know it better than most people here. And it's a very scary sight. It's very unfortunate. We need these programs to help these children. They're children to me. We really do. But we don't need them concentrated in one place. Probation department would not allow this because they know that's not what works. They know you move the addicts away from their addict friends. They know the easiest place, everybody knows. Everybody I talk to in jail every day knows that the easiest place to get drugs is in these programs, because that's where all the addicts are. Most people in PC 1000, Penal Code 1000 programs, Prop 36, are using. They come and tell me, Mr. Miller, they're all using in the program. They're shocked. So I tell them ahead of time. The only ones that are going to make it are those that have metal right here. The losers, the wusses, they're not going to make it. Program will help, but something else needs to be done. In any event, most addicts reoffend. Many addicts steal to support their habits. On drugs, addicts become paranoid. Innocent people get stabbed. That's a reality. I know it. Good people, but they were paranoid. Addicts are going to be and are being released early due to this budget crunch. That's a fact. Probation officers, not probation, parole officers in Northern California sending addicts down to Newport Beach, right next door to us. And the program over here, living down here. If the guy's too violent or in gangs, a drug operator told me he can't have a bed right now until this all blows over. That's tonight. That's you guys. They're waiting until this all blows over. This is the tip of the iceberg, what we're seeing right now. Northern California Parole Counselors early release program. It exists. Getting beds down in our area. That's a fact. What works, addicts need to move away from their addict friends. Probation department knows it. Judges know it. We don't, apparently. They need to get a job, be responsible, have random searches, random testing, not have a designated urinator. That's how they get over the drug test down here. They're not watched for 10 minutes. Probation department, the courts are kind of smiling at what happens down here. This is not how you run. We're enablers down here in Newport. We help them not succeed. They want them in communities where there's not other drug addicts, but we're putting them all in one place. Close proximity to each other. For our sake, our community, and for the sake of the drug addicts, we need to stop the proliferation and the overconcentration, and I know you'll do your best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
My name's Darlene Coleman, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I just got a call from my grandson, who told me that he was followed home from work tonight on his bicycle by a rehab van, which watched him go into the house, and I'd like to know why this is happening. Are they trying to intimidate us? Also, I'd like to know if these people are disabled and living in disabled conditions, why aren't the houses disabled also? I believe they have to have elevators, disabled bathrooms, everything else. Why hasn't this come up in this meeting? So I'd like to know a couple of these questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Jan Vanderswood. I live in the Heights. I agree that this is not a NIMBY issue to the peninsula. There was a meeting of the Newport Heights and Cliff Haven Associations a couple of years ago, which Mr. Rosansky attended, that was people there were very concerned about group homes proliferating up into the Heights area. So I encourage you to develop a strong ordinance that would be effective throughout the city. In regard to the language that you have up on the board there, I wonder, is there anything that makes the American Planning Association standard legal? Does that give you legal immunity? If it does not give you legal immunity, why would you allow or permit one or two such uses per block when the blocks range from as small as 150 feet, as the previous speaker said, to 1,422 feet in other areas? Why don't you apply a standard of 1,000 feet between rehab homes? And you could use that in a sentence that says, the hearing officer shall apply the 1,000-foot standard in all areas of Newport Beach in a manner which eliminates the differences in block lengths. 1,000 feet eliminates the differences in block lengths. And I would not consider that to be discriminatory against the rehab houses. All you would have to do is to divide the number of blocks or the lengths of street in Newport Beach by 1,000, and you could figure out how many rehab houses you could actually fit in the city. By the same token, you could say there are one or two uses per block, figure out how many blocks there are in the city, multiply that by 2, and that's how many rehab houses you could have in the city of Newport Beach. So I think that this kind of language allows too much to occur, too much concentration to occur throughout the city, not just in the peninsula, but in all the areas, including the Heights.
So I would strongly encourage you to work that number 1,000-foot separation into the ordinance as suggested by previous speakers, and I think that would satisfy the community as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan.
Hello, I'm David Mishagan, resident of Newport Beach. I just had questions on page 92. I just didn't understand. It's probably in here somewhere, but for the hearing officer, if they're determining like secondhand smoke, like how do they know that before the people move in? How much secondhand smoke there's going to be? And also, when it says use of permit conditions of approval, it said use is compatible with the neighborhood and doesn't change neighborhood character. What's the definition of changing neighborhood character? Because the only thing I see in here is it says fundamental change. Just curious what fundamental change is. And also, is there any kind of a thing you could put in when it talks about residents, if they could support or oppose the application? Like, let's say on your whole block, every single person signs a petition that they don't want it. Would that weigh with the hearing officer? And is there any kind of thing that would show what percentage that would weigh? In other words, how much the neighbors actually have in their say of whether it comes in or not? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, is that it? Mr. Titus? Okay. I'll close the public hearing, and I'll turn to Mr. Kiff and Mr. Markham. Got some questions to answer here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm going to go through some answers to the questions. I'm going to tag team with Jim, of course, and forgive me as I thumb through my papers. I'm going to let Jim talk about the distancing standard that was raised, as well as the APA issue. Some of the first questions came up about the ordinance. We're still continuing with distancing a lot. Let me get to Laura Curran's comments. Laura noted that she believed that the parking standard that the hearing officer shall apply should be the same as applied to a residential use. And I'll let Jim comment on that at this point, because we did talk about this in the context of Laura's question.
Well, let me answer a couple of questions by dealing with hers. Hers is a good example of how this process would work. The hearing officer is taking the place of the Planning Commission and Council as a fact finder and as a decision maker. Hearing officer can only act...
Could you get closer to the microphone, Jim?
Sure. The hearing officer only can act on the basis of findings he makes. The findings have to be based on substantial evidence. So when we have these general standards in the ordinance, such as you're not changing the residential character of the community or the neighborhood, that you're going to be compatible, issues of the physical evidence of institutionalization or commercialization of the area, a great example of that would be creating a parking demand that where there are facts presented to the effect that the operation of one or two or three of these uses in proximity is essentially gobbling up all the available parking in the community and creating a problem for residences, for people servicing residences in various ways. So to be a classic example of the facts being presented on a given situation to where the parking situation could become a basis to either deny the issuance of one of these permits and the continuation of one or more of these uses, or to condition them to require the kind of off-street parking to be provided that the lady mentioned. So it actually answers a lot of questions all at once. The hearing officer can't make arbitrary decisions. Again, he has to base a denial or a condition on facts that are put in the record, substantial evidence, which means not just somebody getting up and saying something that's very abstractly anecdotal, but actual facts submitted. An incident like the one we heard tonight would be a classic. This is happening on our block. It was traced back to one of these facilities. We can't park there, and this is why, and this is the evidence. And so this is the process that is going to weed out operations that shouldn't continue from operations that you may want to permit to continue. Also, there just could be too many in one place that creates the smoking problems, the profanity, the commercial pickups and deliveries, the lack of parking. All of these are secondary effects that normally would not occur in a residential neighborhood because you have so many people on a constant basis showing up at these facilities. So that's the way it would work. That's how the parking standards would be applied, and virtually any other standard that comes into play when you have a commercial operation running in a residential neighborhood along with others running in a residential neighborhood. And so that's why I want to get to this spacing, which is a recurrent theme that keeps coming back and back and back. It's necessary to say where this came from. This spacing requirement came essentially sprung out of a lot of conversations I had with Mr. Titus and other representatives of the Concerned Citizens Group. And we talked about the 1,000 feet, and I emphasized over and over and over that it doesn't concern me to have a spacing requirement, and this is not a disbursement, but it does talk about how much can be absorbed within a certain linear area of one block before you institutionalize the block. The American Planning Association is a recognized planning association that has written materials on this subject matter, suggested policies, and it's something that is listened to by virtually every planner operating in cities in the country and in counties. That information, that APA standard, was put into the record by the Concerned Citizens originally last summer at the Planning Commission level. That's where I first tripped on it, and I've talked to the Concerned Citizens about it, and it really was kind of a mutual thought that maybe this is the standard that ought to be placed into the put it into the radar screen of the hearing officer when he considers, well, here's at least one planning association, a recognized one, that talks about when you're getting to the point of institutionalizing. It's general. Obviously, the hearing officer would have to look at every situation to see what are the facts, but that's a starting point. People here tonight have asked for a standard. I've emphasized that I want a standard that's not arbitrary. If somebody told me where the 1,000 feet came from by way of a calculation by anybody or a survey by anybody, I would be much more amenable to say to the council that's okay. But what we have here are the facts as to what's really happening in Newport Beach. The blocks are as short as, I guess we heard 150 feet for one person tonight, to 1,400 feet, and pretty much the average to median range is 600 plus feet to 700 feet. The purpose of putting these criteria in there is to protect somebody on that 150-foot block or that 300-foot block or those small blocks from having somebody say, well, you've got a block of 150 feet, but APA says you can absorb 2 uses without a problem. We don't want a hearing officer who's going to be persuaded or initially presumably persuaded by that kind of thinking. The blocks in Newport Beach are 600 to 700 feet. If the APA standard is going to even come into play, that's the facts of what a block is in Newport Beach. That's the only reason for putting this. So the whole argument here is over whether to use the 600 to 700 foot criteria or whether you just stick in 1,000 feet because people are comfortable with 1,000 feet. I'm not comfortable with it because I think it's arbitrarily generated. So that's why that's why we're doing this, and that's the derivation of this thinking. If the council doesn't want to do this, we're perfectly comfortable going back to the preceding language for this paragraph 3 or even eliminating paragraph 3. We were trying to do what some of the people here tonight asked for. Put some standard, some benchmark in there for the hearing officer as a point of departure, not as a point of final decision. So that's what that's all about. And again, that explains the hearing officer process.
And Mr. Markham, if I could ask a question, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, your advice to this council, based on your legal research, your analysis of the cases, your analysis of federal and state statute, to us is that a 1,000-foot separation is, let me not put words in your mouth, but facially discriminatory and impermissible?
I think well, let me go back. There's some things I agree with what Mr. Titus said. If that was sitting out there as a hardwired standard of 1,000 feet or even 800 feet, and it said, look, they just have to be dispersed that far apart, period, no thinking about it, no particular hearings or attention to it, that to me would be clearly facially discriminatory, and there have been many cases that have said so. In the context of going to a hearing where there's going to be facts generated and findings made based on substantial evidence, I'm not as concerned, but I still would never recommend to this council any kind of standard that's arbitrary in nature, because the more arbitrary it is, the closer you're going to get to the outcome predicted by Mr. Dilks, which I don't think is going to happen, and I'm going to try to prevent from happening.
Let me go over a couple more issues. I'm going to jump back to Ms. Oberman's comments. She stressed, among other things, that existing uses before consideration need to be legally compliant. We did cover that in the ordinance, and we agree with that statement. And I mentioned that in my flow chart, that if someone didn't apply for a FEP and should have, or if someone broke the moratorium, they're not eligible to apply for a use permit.
But I think we should clarify it, because there was a request for a broader definition there.
That's right, Ms. Gardner. There was a discussion about whether or not the business license should be something that if someone didn't apply for a business license, that would exclude someone from being able to apply. For example, that the business license in Newport Beach is not used as a regulatory tool. It's a revenue tool. There are many cases where we have folks who don't apply for business licenses, and we later go back and find them and ask them to do so, and they do. We don't stop or abate their use. So doing that in this case would, again, be potentially discriminatory.
The actual phrase that was used discussing this issue, and this is, by the way, this has also received hours of discussion. The question of legally maintaining a use to qualify it to apply for one of these CUPs. Let's say we have a 6 or under non-licensed operating, and it is shown it violated some laws. Maybe it's not just failure to pay a business license tax. Maybe somebody can come in and show one of these operations was giving treatment that should have required a license, or is still giving treatment that should have required a license. Where I differ is I don't think you can abate a use under your zoning ordinance that way, but I think a hearing officer could take into account the fact that somebody has systematically operated contrary to ADP policies and state law in the past and can make a finding to that effect. And, you know, when you've done that, a hearing officer is entitled to make a finding that he or she would expect it might continue to occur in making these decisions. Or a license could be issued with a condition that says the next time there is such a violation, the license is revocable. So that's how I would suggest, and that's what's suggested. Now, something that clearly was never legally established, we absolutely concur with Mr. Titus. In fact, it was part of Dave's presentation. Someone with that use is not entitled to apply for that CUP.
Let me put a tag team on that issue, because Mr. Longyear brought this up, and Mr. Nichols to some extent, and Ms. Otting. As I've said in my staff reports and my presentations before you, it is not illegal to operate an unlicensed facility and call it a sober living home. What the state regulates this, and they allow people to operate unlicensed facilities, provided that they don't, on site, provide one of those 5 types of treatment which you've seen before and are in your staff report. So Mr. Nichols and Ms. Otting both referred to the state codes and read a statement from the Code of Regulations that spoke about 24-hour medical care. What that code says is that you cannot provide that kind of care without a license. It does not say you can't decide to operate that facility and not provide the care. That makes sense. So again, you can have an unlicensed facility, you don't provide the care. That is Sober Living's model, that's Morningside Recovery's model. What Morningside does is they have unlicensed facilities, and all of their people, according to them, go off-site for treatment to a licensed building. That's perfectly legal. Now, I think we could debate whether or not some of Morningside's care is indeed all done off-site, and that's something ADP does investigate. We've called them numerous times over the past year, and they've come down and done investigations. Go ahead, Jim.
I want to do something that's more, personal to Councilman Rosansky by clearing up the questions or responding to questions again asked by Mr. Rush. When we wrote the opinion letter on Councilman, then Mayor Rosansky, part of the ordinance being considered had something in it that could have been considered rezoning, and it would have been rezoning of property owned by Mr. Rosansky, and that was the overlay. If you recall, there was an overlay in the peninsula area, and then there were specific disbursement requirements in the overlay, and we had an internal debate in my office as to whether that was rezoning or not rezoning. If it was rezoning, then he would have had to abstain from dealing with that part of the ordinance. We would have done something called segmentation, and we would advise the council to consider that part first. He would have abstained from that, and then whatever the decision was on that, you would have gone to part two, and he could have participated. That's why we said, if you've all read that letter, that's why we said that this opinion is not something that is free from doubt, and that free from doubt specifically applied to that feature. You will notice that feature is not part of this ordinance. So I am absolutely confident in saying it with respect to this ordinance as now constructed. Councilman Rosansky doesn't have anything to think about abstaining about. And as I said, even if he had to abstain sometime in the past based on that overlay, we would have segmented that. So as he was advised, that was the area of doubt we were referring to in that letter. No longer even exists.
Next, a number of people brought up the issue of hearing officer qualifications. As I made in my presentation, we want to bring that back to you as a council policy next time. So we do expect to establish qualifications for the hearing officers through that policy. It's just less appropriate to do in an ordinance.
Okay, and the piggyback on that is somebody asked about who's going to bear the hearing officer costs. So now it's time to be really candid. This ordinance doesn't deal with that. The recovery of costs is up to the council. Usually you can recover costs from an applicant depending upon how you structure your costs. Right now, the application fees for CUP would apply. Those application fees would not include the extra and additional costs of a hearing officer, which could be substantial. And that's something the council is going to have to wrestle with. I will be real candid with my advice with everybody sitting here listening to this. I think it is more prudent for the council for the city to absorb those costs, because to do otherwise is you're going to ferret out these particular recovery home uses who apply for CUPs, and they will be able to say, and although I think it's a rational distinction and a rational discrimination, if you will, they're going to say they're being financially discriminated against because they're applying for CUPs, and because we set up a special hearing officer process for them, they have to pay a lot more than anyone else who applies for any other CUP anywhere in Newport Beach, and I'm concerned about that. That's a concern. I'll put it right on the record. I don't think it's fatal, but it's a concern that we would want the council to think about when you finally decide who's going to be assigned those costs.
I'm sorry, the woman just left, and she had asked about the disabled. And so maybe...
Ms. Gardner, sure, I can help address that. That's actually addressed in my staff report as well. We had RWG look at the issue. It's on page 11. Some residents ask whether all facilities must be compliant for wheelchair access under ADA. RWG advises that case law says that ADA doesn't require a residential facility to accommodate persons in wheelchairs unless the persons residing there require wheelchairs. In other words, there are various types of disabilities. A person's disability allows them to be fully ambulatory, if in that case, the house in which they reside does not have to be compliant for non-ambulatory persons. That's in the staff report.
Can I go to I want to go to the core of this, which is Mr. Dilks is always the core of this, as he knows.
Please do.
It's been the core of a lot of problems for me for a long time, but that's okay. I don't agree with Mr. Dilks, obviously, that this ordinance can't be validated or defended, or we wouldn't be putting it in front of you, frankly. It's not a timid ordinance. It's an ordinance that tries to aggressively deal with an existing difficult problem. But there are a legion of cases that allow administrative processes to be applied in order to try to cope with secondary negative zoning effects. And that's what this ordinance really tries to do. That's the core of what we're trying to do here. There are a lot of allegations that these effects occurred. It generated a moratorium before I ever met anybody here in this room. And obviously, we heard tonight there's still a very strong feeling that that the character of these neighborhoods are being changed, they're being institutionalized. They're everything from smoking to parking to cursing to people running through homes and being barricaded in bedrooms, and all of this anecdotal evidence can be dealt with in administrative processes. There is no reason for any operator who is operating without problems to concern itself or themselves with a legal process that they are required to go through to start or continue such an operation. And there are cases in many states and federal courts where these kind of facilities have been put through, have been said to have, you have to allow yourself to submit to this administrative process. You don't have some constitutional right to operate, establish, or continue to operate in a city because you're dealing with handicapped persons in a housing circumstance. And I don't want to start citing the cases. Mr. Dilks has read them all. He knows they're there, and he knows that's where I intend to take him. And if his operation is as solid as he says it is, he probably won't have any problem making these applications and coming through the process. And I suspect we will see such an application from Sober Living by the Seas. We'll probably also see a lawsuit by them challenging the validity of the ordinance. So I would be surprised if we don't see both. But no, we're not in the guarantee or warranty business. This is a tough area of the law to deal with after the fact, as you know. But still, what we're trying to deal with, cities, as I said the first time I stood before this council, if the city can't deal with this way, then the courts are going to tell cities that you just can't deal with it. You know, it's too bad. You just can't deal with it. And I don't think that's going to be said. Having said that, we know we're going to be challenged, and we're ready to defend this approach. My same thinking on the integral facilities. There is nothing in state law we have found, or in the regulations, the ADP regulations, which say that somebody in a 6 or under licensed facility who's supposed to be placed in a family-like atmosphere in a residential area because it aids in his or her rehabilitation can be merged with 1 or 6 or 10 or 40 other people for the actual recovery programs. And we think that's what's happening in all or some of these facilities. We think that they are just warehoused or they sleep somewhere with only 5 other people, but the actual recovery program concerns them and a whole lot of other people, and that is not what was intended by the state legislature when they adopted the exemption for 6 or under unlicensed. And there's a whole lot of legislative history on that. Now, and if we're wrong on that, we're wrong on that, but that's certainly something that we're not going to be the first to tee up as a legal issue. La Sausalito is already doing it. And so we're going to have an answer to that, because if the answer is, as long as they only sleep 6, they can have 50 at every meeting they have, at every activity they have that's a recovery activity, then that whole 6 or under unlicensed becomes meaningless. And especially in Newport Beach, where you could get a 4-plex and put 24 of them and say, I have 6 or under licensed facilities. We have to challenge that. And we intend to challenge that, and we'll see where that takes us with Mr. Dilks or somebody else. And so those are, I think, the 2 core things he said. The only other thing I'd like to, 2 things. The alternative sentencing, we have been made aware that people in the community are concerned about some of the activities that have been stated tonight are happening. The parolee probation or home prohibition in this ordinance essentially defines anybody who's a convicted felon who's under the supervision of virtually any court you can think of that is sent for a recovery process cannot be in Newport Beach, because any 2 of those people in one place is a prohibited parolee probationer home. If you try to extend that to everybody, and see what we're missing here is how broadly do you cast this net? If it's everybody in a court program who may have never been convicted of anything, maybe diverted to a recovery program, not even be a misdemeanor or an infraction, and 2 of them can't come to one of these facilities, we have a problem recommending that, because we don't see how it's been properly defined in order to supposedly keep people out who really, who are really under a probation department or a parole department supervision. That's what we've tried to do. If every housewife who is convicted of driving under the influence and is sent to one of these homes can't come, then I think what you've done is ruled out all of the operations, and we'll get a facial discrimination challenge that probably would be successful. So that's the reason we didn't go for a broader definition, although we're interested if anybody has a better definition that really solves the problem. We just haven't heard that new definition. And then finally, there was a lot of talk about abatement extension. Abatement extension and all these provisions that were talked about, we have not changed. They have been in this ordinance, in your ordinances, for a very long time, and in fact, in every other city ordinance I've ever seen. And the reason is, if somebody has, and these come out, I think I talked about this once, it comes out of the billboard cases. Back in the early 80s, everybody wanted to get rid of your billboards in town. And so people adopted ordinances that banned the billboards, but they all had to have amortization periods. And there was a Metro Media case that went to the California Supreme Court and all this. And what we came away with was, you can do something like that, but you have to let them recover their investment over an amortization period, normally one recognized by the IRS, some period of time where they could depreciate their entire investment. Now, so this language is what it's always been. Now, the reason it doesn't concern me, from what I've heard, is that, no, we're not intending that somebody who owns a residence and leases it to an operator, that the operator can now come in and claim he's got to amortize the value of the house. No, the owner can use the house for other things. No, the owner doesn't have to lease a residence on the peninsula to an operator of one of these facilities. If an operator owned one, that would be a different circumstance. If they bought one in order to set one of these operations in motion, that's a different circumstance. But we think the massive majority of these are on leases, and that therefore nobody is going to be qualifying for a very long or any long amortization period at all. If that doesn't appear to be the case and we see a different circumstance pop up, we'll try to make an adjustment. But we think that we didn't see a reason to change that language, which applies to literally every use in Newport Beach, not just this situation. And basically, those would be my responses. 90 days versus 30 days. The abatement period, the basic abatement period is 1 year, so giving a 90-day application period we think is rational and reasonable. And frankly, we don't want a lot of ragged applications where the planning staff has to say, no, come back and bring more, and then we'll be going through all of that for no particular reason. There's no magic in 90, 45, or 30 days. 90 days has been in here since early summer. It's been in here since we first thought about it. We haven't heard any logic that would convince us to recommend something shorter to the council.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes, we've had several questions about police policy, and I think it would be helpful if at the next meeting the chief was here and could discuss whether there is a different policy or what the policy is if it is distinct.
In addition to that, Councilmember Gardner, I continue to hear this thought that the fire department rolls without sirens only to a rehab home, and we'll stress that policy too. The fire department rolls without sirens when they can, not to wake the neighborhood up.
Oh, and I was asked by a member of the audience also to make clear to the council that that language up there, if you're talking about how many can exist, that includes the 6 or under, the larger ones, the licensed one and the unlicensed ones. So you'll be looking at the location of all of those uses, not just licensed ones or any particular kind. That would apply to virtually any of these, because we're talking about how many different operations within a single industry are within a very close-knit area. That's what we're trying to look at.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Markman? Councilman Henn?
Are we ready to wrap up, do you think?
I think so.
The rest of the council. All right. Thanks, Ed. I know it's late. I think it's appropriate, though, for me to take my 10 minutes, and so that's what I'll do. Cindy, I'm not sure where you understood that I work for or have a connection with Mitt Romney, but I certainly don't. A friend of mine asked me to make a small contribution to his campaign several months ago, and I did that. I since have made it clear that I don't even support him in his candidacy. So, in any event, I don't have that connection. I think it's appropriate at this juncture to spend a few minutes reflecting on the path that we've traveled. I'm asking the indulgence of everyone here to let me take a few minutes to do that. The consideration of these ordinances over the past year has been a long and arduous road for all concerned, with a tremendous amount of effort intertwined with a considerable amount of passion on all sides. I'd like to begin my remarks by recognizing the contributions of the key participants in this process. I'll start with myself. I have personally invested hundreds of hours on this process. And Lori and Cindy, those hours have been invested specifically on behalf of the residents of my district and the peninsula and the other areas of my district in a fight to address this issue as aggressively as we can. I regret that you believe I have fallen short on that, but I believe we are going to achieve what we need to do. And regardless of your view of my success or lack thereof, I'm going to continue that fight for as long as I'm in office. My fellow council members have invested hundreds of hours. Our Planning Commission has spent hundreds of hours. City staff and outside counsel have invested thousands of hours. The city has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and hired two separate sets of outside counsel, all in an effort to achieve the best possible result for our citizens. There can be no question that this council and city staff cares deeply about rectifying this issue to the maximum extent permissible by law. I must also note the tremendous contributions of our citizens in this process, particularly the contributions of the residents of the peninsula. In addition to suffering by far the worst of the impact of the overconcentration in their area, they have invested thousands of hours and perhaps $100,000 or more of their own personal money toward finding the solution. Especially over the past few months, we've asked these citizens to set aside their passion and the pain that they have suffered to constructively participate in the solution. We are grateful for that and have taken every possible opportunity to solicit and consider input from them and all the parties involved in this issue. Whether or not we end up agreeing on every aspect of the final ordinances, the citizens are to be commended for helping all concerned arrive at an answer, a better answer than we otherwise would have. I truly believe that. Thank you. One other point is important. We've heard this a little bit prior. I'll just reiterate it. From the start of this process over a year ago, this council was determined to focus our concerns on the adverse impacts that group homes of all types may have on our character of our neighborhoods and the quality of life for our residents. The adverse impacts. The solution to our problems is not now, and never has been, about the individuals occupying those homes. Our concern is with the impacts of the existing and potential overconcentration and institutionalization of our neighborhoods, including secondhand smoke, profanity, parking, traffic. You've heard the litany many times before. All of which is associated with overconcentration. All of which changes the residential character of our neighborhoods and harms our quality of life. Council has scrupulously avoided consideration of stereotypes or unfounded fears concerning the residents of group homes and has instead concentrated on dealing with the factually supported evidence of the impacts of overconcentration and the rational, appropriate land use planning decisions that need to be made to address these impacts. Our intent has been and is to reclaim and preserve the residential character of life in Newport Beach that makes this the best city in America to live in. This is not a matter of choice for us. Our new general plan commands us to do so on behalf of our citizens, and it is abundantly clear that the ordinances before us tonight are a substantive, comprehensive, and in many respects groundbreaking response to address this issue. So what are the specific objectives we hope to accomplish with these ordinances, and what's the proof they'll work? The solutions to three of our objectives are contained in the ordinance before us. In no particular order, I want to briefly answer the question, where's the beef? First, we want to ensure that the overconcentration that currently exists on the peninsula will not be repeated in the rest of our city or furthered on the peninsula. This ordinance accomplishes that in spades. No new unlicensed group homes may be located anywhere other than in a multifamily district. That means if you live in an R1, R1.5, R2 area, no new unlicensed homes will be permitted. None on the peninsula, none on Lido Isle, Balboa Island, Old Corona, Newport Coast. Do you get my drift? No new ones anywhere unless an applicant can somehow prove a need for special accommodation under federal law. As a general rule, only 6 and under homes licensed by the state of California can locate in those areas, and that's because they're specifically authorized to do so under state law. And those new ones that do wish to locate in the multifamily districts in our neighborhoods, they can only do so after going through a stringent permit process, approval process. So what about that process? The second objective of our ordinance is to assure that those homes that do operate in our community must meet the requirements of this stringent process and agree to strict operational guidelines, or their permit will be revoked. How do these ordinances assure that? Check out pages 63 through 66 of the ordinance. I was going to note a few of the things that are in there, but I'm not going to do that. It's too late. You can read it. I encourage you to do that. It requires disclosure of substantial information on every applicant that tells us exactly who they are and what their history has been and where they operate. It requires a whole list of operational conditions, including a detailed operational plan, limits the occupancy, etc. So, the process of approving, and by the way, requires that they have a certification that these unlicensed homes, any of them that do propose to stay here, have to get certified, not by the state of California, but by a responsible certification agency, and we've named 1 or 2 of them in the ordinance. Taken together, these requirements assure that who operates in our community will have to have a squeaky clean past record, must operate in a way that doesn't disturb their neighbors, and may not change the residential character of their neighborhoods by over-concentration or otherwise. And there's been much made about a spatial standard or a guideline or whatever. I think we're agreed we need guidelines here. We have a guideline. It's not the 1,000 feet that the residents would like. It's 600 or 700 feet. But it's in there. It's a guideline, and it will be helpful for the hearing officer to make their decisions. Our third objective is to assure that there will be strict enforcement of the new ordinances going forward. This is part of an overall commitment on the part of the city to step up enforcement of all of our ordinances, including trash handling, illegal construction, use permits of all types, illegal boarding houses, and the like. This is one objective not addressed by the ordinance before us today. However, stay tuned. At our next council meeting, we will start by outlining the implementation plan for this ordinance, including the staff, the budget, and the other resources that are needed for us to hit the ground running to achieve speedy implementation and ongoing enforcement. At later sessions, we'll be beefing up our schedule of fines and penalties and sanctions. This is in line with our new attitude on the part of the city. Recent proof points of this included the facts that we have recently filed 2 criminal penalty actions against violators. The city has never done that before. Another proof point is our court actions filed or threatened against several of the violators of the moratorium or potential violators, and that stopped them dead in their tracks. We are serious about enforcement. We will prove that over time. The fourth objective of this ordinance is to substantially relieve the existing overconcentration of group homes and their adverse impacts. And for this objective, I would like to specifically address the residents of the peninsula, my district. You're the ones that suffer the most today, and you have the highest need for relief. I fully recognize that. My objective here, our objective, is to get you relief that will work and that we can act on quickly. Clearly, the ideal solution would result in a level of concentration no greater than anywhere else in the city. We have carefully evaluated the idea of simply banning all existing unlicensed homes in all but the multifamily areas of the peninsula. The siren song of that solution was carefully evaluated, and unfortunately, as in so many facets of life, our ideal must be tempered by reality. The reality is that to do so would risk an immediately successful court challenge that would immediately enjoin the city from executing the ordinance at all, for years possibly, while we fight it in court. This probability has been clearly and forcefully advised to the City Council by two separate outside law firms, and your City Council is ill-advised to act against this advice. That includes me. I recognize that some lawyers disagree on this. There's room for disagreement about these things. However, I believe we must be guided by the advice that's been given to us by independent, unbiased law firms that the city has hired. What we can do, however, is implement a permit procedure that's designed to weed out the phony operators, the ones with records of violations, the poor operators, and very specifically assure that every application must pass the following 4 findings, and I think I probably should at least enumerate those. These required findings, by the way, doesn't say the hearing officer can decide to make them or not, or willy-nilly. It says he shall make these findings, that the permit was issued on the basis that hang on a minute. There. That the use conforms in all applicable provisions for the requirements of the operational guidelines, that the property includes sufficient on-site parking, property has existing structures that are physically suited for the accommodation, that the use, and this is the key one, the use will be compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and the addition or continued maintenance of the use will not contribute to the changing of the residential character of the neighborhood. The hearing officer doesn't have the discretion to ignore having to make that finding. He shall consider the following factors: proximity of the location to other uses, schools, parks, residential facilities, the existence of substandard physical characteristics, in other words, this is in the non-standard subdivision area. Further, whether in light of the factors that are noted above, whether it be appropriate to apply the American Planning Association standard. If he concludes that it is appropriate, he shall apply that standard and refer to the distance guidelines, the facts that we have presented in this ordinance. And it goes beyond that, to find that the buses and transportation to the residents doesn't cause problems in the neighborhood, delivery of goods have to be done at the right times, trash collection, etc. So all of these findings are very important. They are required. I believe, I sincerely believe, I know there are people in the room here tonight that disagree with me. I believe that taken together, these findings and requirements will, in fact, result in a substantial reduction in the number of group homes on the peninsula. I'm well aware of the skepticism amongst the peninsula residents that the city won't be diligent in prosecuting these ordinances. I understand why you feel that way. What I say to you today is that today's city council is a different council, both in makeup and, more importantly, in attitude. We will see to it that these ordinances are prosecuted and enforced. Please, I implore you, I ask you, judge us by our actual results. I know you've not had success with that in the past. I believe you will have success with that in the future. Judge us by our actual results and by the obvious evidence of the changed attitudes that already exist. I'm highly confident that our will and the diligence of the city staff will not flag, and I pledge to the residents of the peninsula as well as all of the citizens of Newport Beach to do my personal best toward that end in your behalf. I have no doubt that my fellow council members feel the same. There you go. I've said my piece. I apologize for taking so much of your time, and it is late, but I felt it was necessary. Thanks for the opportunity.
Mayor. Councilman Curry.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It is late. We had a lot of good testimony here tonight. We had some unfortunate things said, too, and one of the most unfortunate, I think, was the attack on Councilmember Henn. No one has worked with more sincerity, with more diligence, or with more dedication, or with more tenacity to address this issue on the peninsula in particular. And I think, Mike, your passion and your knowledge of this issue were evidenced by your comments that you just made. And without your leadership, we would not be here tonight, and this ordinance would not be on the agenda. I've had the opportunity to meet with many of the citizens. I've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Titus in his office. Mr. Titus provided me a compendium of legal cases, which I took with me on a long transcontinental flight and had a chance to review all of that research. Last week, my wife and I walked from 35th to 48th Street back and forth in the neighborhood, seeing things for ourselves. And I understand the community's concern on this issue. We need to acknowledge that the 2004 ordinance, for whatever reason, was not effective in stopping overconcentration. Now, I don't buy a lot of the conspiracy theories that get assigned there. And we just heard testimony. I don't think it caused the problem either, because we just heard testimony from West Santa Ana Heights that they had a 6-fold increase where the ordinance wasn't even effective. But for whatever reason, it was not effective in stopping the overconcentration. It's time for us to do something else. And I think with the competent council that we have crafted an ordinance that enables us to do that. It approaches and focuses on outcomes. The outcome of secondhand smoke, of overcrowding bedrooms. Mike has really gone through these, of making sure that there's proper certifications and traffic mitigations. These are all things that are necessary so that we can stay focused on the preservation of the residential character of our neighborhoods and our city. Now, I'm hopeful that before the lawsuits begin, that we'll have an opportunity for the operators of these facilities and for the neighbors to sit down and have some honest dialogue in good faith. And I particularly encourage our corporate sponsors of these businesses to engage in this. And let's try to see if we can't craft a Bill of Rights for residents, for all of us, that starts with the premise that those in recovery have a right to a safe and nurturing environment, and that all residents have the right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes, free from commercializing influences. If we can begin with that and see what kind of behaviors achieve that goal, we will have done a lot to achieve peace in our community. And I offer the offices of myself, and I'm sure all of my colleagues, or even a professional mediator, to try and achieve that end before we go to court. And I'm hopeful we can do that. I'm not optimistic. But nonetheless, I believe we're in an historic situation tonight. I believe we have an ordinance that really makes great progress. I commend Mike, you, for your leadership in this regard. And I commend all of you for all of the work that you've put in to make sure that your views were heard. And please understand that we've tried to hear you tonight.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilwoman Gardner?
I'll just move the motion. Move the motion. Do it. Let's pass this thing.
Mr. Mayor and council members, as you do that, just like some clarification on a couple of things, and maybe Councilmember Gardner could amend her motion. We need to make a decision on what's up on the board before you, whether or not this would be added to the ordinance.
May I interrupt just a second? Sure. Can we just simply take care of this by moving that the ordinance be approved with the inclusion of the suggested items?
Yes.
Inclusive of this language? Yes. Okay. And if anyone needs to review what those suggested items were, we can do that, but I was happy with the whole list.
Is that satisfactory, Councilmember Gardner? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much for attending. Okay, we have one more item here that we have to deal with, so if you could exit quietly, please. Quietly, please. Sir? Okay. Thank you, ex-mayor. Okay, the next item on our agenda is public comments. Madam Clerk?
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Okay, you're going to have to speak up. We've got a few conversations going on here.
My name's Craig Sheets. I'm from Brea, California. I've just spent a little time in Utah, a whole lot of time in Utah, speaking with the FBI there. Great people. They assisted me a lot with a lot of knowledge, studied a lot of federal law. We got meth labs in our hills, Spyglass Hill, Silverado Canyon, La Habra Heights, Brea Hills. All those antennas you see on those hills with clusters is subterranean meth labs run by the DEA. I've recorded them with the FBI. I've sent them into Judge David Carter, federal, and about 150 judges at least, and with about 3 different FBI agencies. I didn't deal with California. They wouldn't have anything to do with me. Like I said, Utah treated me great. I'm addressing these labs. These labs are subterranean. Some of them are on hydraulic lifts. When somebody like me addresses them and at a public meeting, they'll lower the lift, and then they roll these diamond plates over the top of them to cover it up until things cool off, and then they start cooking the dope up again. The DEA rolls this dope out with utility trucks. There are a toolbox on the back of a truck. I'm sure everybody here knows what a utility truck is. As well, they have 5-gallon pre-mixed buckets of the chemicals they truck back up in those hills for making this meth. And the reason for the DEA making this meth is it creates crime. You get a guy on the junk, and he ends up becoming an addict and loses his job. What's he going to do after that? Common sense. He's going to go out and steal something. Probably end up hurting somebody at the same time. So I've addressed that as well. I started with elementary schools today. I went to David Carter. I don't know if you people have ever heard of a chemical called shipping reagent, but it's going to get real popular fast. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Alan Beek. City Hall generates a good deal of traffic, and until Homer figures some way to do all your business electronically and have no traffic coming to City Hall, that's going to continue to be the truth. Whether City Hall is located here or in Newport Center or where in Newport Center is located, there's a certain amount of traffic to City Hall, and that's a constant. But where City Hall is located around Newport Center could have quite an effect on traffic, because if Measure B is defeated and you choose to put the City Hall and the Irvine Company business office building blocks, there'll be 70,000 square feet of Irvine Company offices not built, so there'll be considerable reduction in traffic over what happens if Measure B passes and you put City Hall in place of a park. So you vote yes, you don't get the reduction, and you vote no, you do get the reduction, and that gets kind of hard to remember. It's like the old comedy routine about the one without the parsley is the one without the poison. So to try to keep it straight, I'd just like to say for the record, vote no for no more traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone else?
No, it's never too late.
Yes, it's too late.
No, it's not. Hi, my name is Dolores Odding. I live in Newport Beach. On 11/27, I came here before you, and thanks to Councilwoman Gardner, she asked Dr. Nelson about dermal absorption from pools, or do we absorb fluoride? And I want to read again. Dr. Nelson answered to his knowledge, although he is not a dermatologist, but to his knowledge, you don't absorb fluoride through the skin. It does not happen, emphasis added. I have read everything in the world literature, and I have read a lot of world literature in the past 10 years since I took this job. I am not aware that fluoride passes through the skin and into the system, and if it did, probably in such small quantities that you would never know it. It is not an issue that has ever been brought up before, so I am not aware that it does. And I asked the city attorney's office, well, I asked under the California Public Records Act to get any information that was peer-reviewed, phone messages, anything that substantiated him coming before you and testifying that it did not do this. And Aaron Harp, the assistant city attorney, sent me an email that said no, but I would like something in writing on that issue. And so, of course, I always do the pursuit of, I'm going to find, dermal absorption of fluoride. And, of course, I have to find it from a very, on very good authority because Councilmember Webb would have it no other way. So, the State of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, it's a pretty interesting website. They have some very interesting way that they address these things. And they have an issue on fluoride, but it's not really fluoride. Everyone has to remember that it's not a pharmaceutical-grade fluoride. It's hydrophilisilicic acid, and it's a phosphate fertilizer byproduct, and it comes with other heavy metals. Under health effects absorption, fluoride can be absorbed from the gastrointestinal tract after ingestion, following inhalation, and through the skin. Soluble forms of fluoride, such as those added to fluoridate water, have been found to be absorbed in an efficiency of 90% or greater. Of the ingested fluoride that remains in the body, 99% is incorporated into the bones and teeth, but it goes other places like the thyroid, the pineal gland, the kidneys, and everything else. And then, of course, since we don't want infants to have fluoridated water, and everyone's supposed to breastfeed, or you're supposed to get infant formula without fluoride because, of course, there's no blood-brain barrier and other things happen to infants. Reproductive developmental effects. And I wanted to bring this out to you that fluoride does pass through the placenta to the fetus, okay? The results of animal studies. And it says fluoride does transfer through the placenta to the fetus, and that's in people. And there is certainly no blood-brain barrier in the fetus either. And my time is up, but I will be back. But, because just like you need a coalition to help you with your drug home problem, and you really do, and you really need to get on that, we need to have a coalition because Scientific America, I'll come back, but they have a whole new article, and it's different. It's what?
I read it.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it?
Next speaker.
Dolores, just like we should all visit the dentist regularly, we're counting on you to let us know about fluoridation regularly.
Not that regularly.
Your Honor, members of the council, I too wanted to talk about that other quality of life issue, traffic in the city. And remember that
No,
density...
can you give us your name here?
I'm sorry, I'm Hugh Logan. I wanted us to remember that density begets traffic. And the general plan that we voted for in November 2006 was intended to be a balance of density, parkland, and open space. And we are now able to use 72,000 square feet of the office space entitlement in the general plan to build a modern, elegant city hall in prime flat property in the heart of Newport Center. The Irvine Company entitlement is correspondingly reduced by that amount. So this is what we call density neutral. And the general plan is protected. The City Hall is built on the park site. The 72,000 square feet office space in the prime depreciating 500 block of Newport Center reverts to the Irvine Company's entitlement. 72,000 square feet at City Hall in the park is then in addition to the density allowed by the general plan. And what's more, it destroys a planned park, further unbalancing the general plan. Clearly a significant increase in density. More than 770 car trips per day for staff and business visitors. There will be an additional unplanned and unacceptable traffic with City Hall on the park side. Measure B is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Jan Vandersloot, Newport Heights. I would also like to ask that people seriously consider voting no on Measure B on February 5th. I have been campaigning in the past few days in shopping centers and in front of post offices, getting signatures in opposition to Measure B, and also talking to the people about what they're thinking about City Hall and the park. And one of the issues that comes home to me is that many people want to keep City Hall where it is. And they have to realize, the city as a whole has to realize that if they vote yes on Measure B, then City Hall has to be moved. It has to be moved by city charter. It's going to be in the constitution of the city to move City Hall behind the library in the park. On the other hand, if people vote no, the option exists that we retain this place as City Hall, which a lot of people in the community want to retain this space. The city owns the space. The city was in the process of rebuilding City Hall a couple of years ago. I was in the forefront of questioning that decision because of the amount of municipal debt that would have to be undergone by the city with certificates of participation, and thought that it should be brought to a vote. However, with the recent Newport Center Development Agreement with $27 million given to the city by the Irvine Company, we now have the money to rehabilitate the existing City Hall. And I think people need to realize in this community that we now can keep City Hall where it is. We can rebuild it to a modern structure. We own the land. We have the money. All people have to do is vote no on B. On the other hand, if people want to keep City Hall and Newport Center, a better option is the Block 500. You don't have constraints of having to tear down a park, having to tear down a hillside in the park. It's cheaper to build City Hall in the 500 block than behind the library. So for that reason also, people should vote no on Measure B. So we retain our options of either building City Hall here, or we retain our option of building City Hall in the heart of Newport Center, but people must vote no on Measure B February 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Any other public comments?
Good evening, council members, or almost good morning, I should say. I'll make this quick. This will be our bedtime story. It's about choices.
Name, please.
I'm sorry, Karen Tringali, Corona Del Mar. Choices, it's about whether or not we deserve a well-designed city hall in the commercial, retail, and power center of Newport Beach. It's a choice of whether we deserve a well-designed new city hall in the emotional and traditional center of Newport Beach, right here. Or it's also a choice of whether we do nothing. But we're out of luck, we're out of choices if Measure B passes. And Measure B is really a charter amendment to our city's constitution. As U.S. citizens, we've never amended the United States Constitution to designate the location of any of our government buildings. And so who in Newport Beach really feels that it's necessary to amend our city charter to state the location of a city hall? We just shouldn't really be setting ourselves up for another future election because somewhere down the line we found a better choice, a different site for our new city hall. Elections are costly. They're costly not only with regard to money, but they're costly with regard to production and productivity and resources, which really would be better directed to more important issues such as we heard this evening. So don't eliminate the choices. We deserve to have all the choices available to us. Vote no on Measure B. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Just wait a minute. Just hang on, okay? Don't get so impatient. Okay, any other public comments? Okay, does anybody feel compelled to give an oral report in their committees? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Motion for reconsideration. A motion to consider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Okay, Councilmember Webb wants to adjourn the meeting, and someone's memory, and then we'll announce where we're adjourning to. Councilman Webb?
On Saturday, I attended a memorial service for a longtime friend of mine, Jim Dixon, who was the, I guess his first real contact with Newport was back in 1968 when he was the developer of a small tract called Indian Spring Lane, which is a very historic spot within the city as far as the fresh water supply for the Vaquero coming in 1870. But at any rate, Jim was really active with the youth groups as they grew up through the Newport system. I had my most experience with him at the Boy Scouts. He was an excellent planner of events and really helped bring the kids within our troop a vast variety of experiences. And so I know that my family members and I will miss his presence, and so I'd like to close in memory of Jim Dixon.
Okay, and we're adjourned to Saturday, January 12th, 2008 at 8:30 a.m. for the City Council Priority Retreat. It's going to be held at the Central Library at 1000 Avocado Avenue. And could we get an announcement in the paper on that, and so that people know that we're going to be doing that meeting? Okay, we're adjourned.